A very good morning to one and all as we welcome you here to the National Cricket Centre, where the prospects look good for possibly a full day's play, but if not, certainly a considerable amount of play today. And this is the game in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars under 17 tournament, 50 overs affair between the Leeward Islands and Jamaica. And the news is that the Leeward Islands won the toss and have asked the Jamaicans to bat first. I'm Oscar Mark working along with Ronnie Bikram. That's on Ronnie. I suppose based on the weather and everything else, the decision to bowl first might actually be kind of par for the course given the fact that these wickets might still be holding some moisture.
Yeah, definitely there's some moisture around, and also the fact that we had a bit of rain yesterday as well, so the outfield will be a bit wet, will be a bit moist. The ball wouldn't run as they would expect, and generally at NCC the wicket tends to get better as the play goes on. The sun comes out, beats down on the wicket, so it tends to play better later on. So maybe that's one of the options or the reason why they decided to bowl first. Also, as you mentioned, the weather. If it's affected by weather, you want to know what target you are chasing. It's a lot easier that way. So it's a number of factors really contributing to the reason why they decide to bowl first. But I think they have a really good bowling lineup. The opening bowlers in particular, the two fast bowlers, the left-hand bowler in Challenger. Yes, he's really good, accurate, and he knows when to bowl the short ball. His control is very good. So they have a really good bowling lineup, and the spinner as well. So maybe that's one of the reasons they say, well, okay, they're going to bowl first and probably, don't have a huge total to chase down in the second innings.
Well, it's certainly going to be an interesting day's play. Of course, the Jamaicans wouldn't be happy. The fact that the Leeward Islands, also the rains ruined their game against Barbados, and Jamaica lost to the Windward Islands. So there's a lot to play for both of these teams. Here comes Challenger. And as Ronnie said, touching down just outside the off stump.
Yeah, and we saw in the first game that they played on Sunday, he actually started from the southern end. And he's actually bowling from the northern end this time around. And maybe a left-hander, he would use whatever wind is there to just get that ball, probably just moving away from the left-hander, back into the right-hander, just utilizing the conditions out there.
So DeMario Hall is the man at the wicket, the left-hander. Again, not a bad line at all. Good pace, good carry.
Yeah, definitely pace and carry. We didn't see a lot of that in the previous game, so the wicket seemed to have a bit more in it, and maybe again a bit moisture, as we mentioned. That's one of the reasons why they wanted to bowl first. But very good start here from Challenger in terms of his line and length, and not too full, not too short, just that length delivery, challenging the batter.
A little bit closer this time. They're appealing for a catch at the wicket. And not out, says the umpire, but the ball had gone through at a nice, comfortable height to be taken by Edwards. Unfortunately, the umpire didn't cooperate.
Cooperate, I like that. He didn't cooperate. Yeah, but again, just a little change up. Two just short of a length delivery, this time a pitched up delivery, and you can see the footwork not getting too much forward because of those deliveries, just back of a length, hanging on the back foot, and he was caught in the crease really, and lucky to not get an edge.
Again, the line is impeccable from Challenger. He's, as they say, no pun intended, but he's challenging the batsman right now.
Definitely he's challenging, but again, because of that length he's bowling, the batter is not sure if to go forward or come back, so just hanging on the crease there and just pushing the bat, and that's trouble. That spells trouble for the batter when he starts to do that. Just throw the bat outside there, then you bring that outside edge to play inside edge onto the stumps. So it's good for the batter, for the bowler, but the batter, he has to be careful here.
Again, driving, and luckily for him, he's going to get a single, so they're off the mark here. But again, a thick outside edge, which is exactly what you were alluding to.
For the bowler, but
drive
the
at
batter,
it.
he has to
The
be
slips will come into play
careful
at some
here.
point.
Again, driving
Definitely,
and
and that's there.
Look.
Two slip in play, so he's really, and the bowler now, he's bowling to his field in terms of just keeping that ball outside your stump, because he has a strong outside field, two slips, backward point, cover, mid on, mid off, so and a third man. So he has a strong outside offside field, and he's really bowling to his field. Just keeping that ball outside the off stump.
Gordon now. He too gets a delivery just touching down just outside that off stump. And a good carry again going through nicely to Edwards to end the first over. And at the end of it, it's a maiden over, or just a one run rather, from the over, one without loss.
Yeah, and again, if we look at that ball as that previous delivery, as it passed the stumps, just over the stumps, probably like about inch or two over the stumps, and that's where you want to be with the new ball, just about there, just over the stumps, over that off stump line, and he is there. So he's starting there now with a bit of movement he's getting because of the condition, because of the new ball. It's going to pose a lot of problem for the batter in terms of that outside edge. So it's going to be a little tricky time for the batters here. They have to be very careful. Their footwork have to be really good in terms of these new balls, and in terms of the condition, in terms of the moving ball.
So Jaheim Clark it is who's going to pick up the attack at the southern end. And something isn't right there, so he's decided to pull out of it. The batsman also didn't seem like he was ready to face right away.
Clark seemed to be the quicker of the fast bowlers for the Leeward Islands. He's very quick. He's accurate, but he tends to be a bit too short at times. Just getting carried away with his pace. We saw that in the previous game. But bowling a bit too short, and the batters were a little aggressive against him because of the short ball and getting top edges that was flying over the slips, flying over the keeper, going to the boundaries. So he has to just be careful of that.
This one is a wide signal, so he's yet to bowl a first legitimate delivery just yet. He's not that big compared to Challenger. Challenger is a lot taller, but of course when you're that short, well, I shouldn't say short. He's not short, but he's not rangy tall. You have to rely on your biomechanics. You have to make sure that you have what we call a repeatable action. But he comes around the wicket now to the left-hander. Same story. So the radar just isn't there yet. And I saw something earlier. When I was like parking my vehicle outside, I saw a maxi pulling in. I was saying, but that can't be the team. There was one player who arrived. So I said, but he's very late. So unless he overslept or something, or unless he had an appointment, a doctor's appointment or something. But he had his whole bag, all the equipment, and so he was arriving long after the rest of the team. Clark, and again, this time a little bit closer to that leg stump.
And it's good to see that he's bowled a bit fuller this time around. And you want to utilize the new ball. You're going to get a bit of movement with the new ball. So you want to be a bit fuller. Not too full to allow the batters to drive quite easily or hit you over the top. But just back of a length where it's difficult for the batters to drive and they're unsure if to play on the front foot or the back foot. So this is good from him here. Good start. He has a nice easy run-up. When you look at his run-up, it's nice and easy. It's not complicated.
Again, that just back of a good length and forcing the batsman to have to kind of hop, skip and jump the plate. And he does have a little bit of Alzari Joseph in him. But then he also has again a Shamaj, so based on his height, his build is more around Shamaj's build.
He has a bit of Joseph in him. Whether it's Shama
Yeah,
or Zari.
yeah. Take a pick. Again, he's just a little bit short. They're going for a quick single, and they'll get it too. And, right, he likes to bang the ball in, probably trying to get the wicket to do something for him. But he looks very promising when he pitches the ball up. But again, a lot of the young bowlers don't like to get driven. But sometimes you sacrifice being driven because you want to see if you could hit the edge. You want to encourage the batsman to drive with the ball.
Especially with the new ball, you want the batters to be driving because you're obviously going to get a bit of movement, whether it be off the pitch, whether it be because of the new ball, the overhead conditions. You're going to get something, and you want to utilize that. And the best way to utilize that is to really pitch the ball up.
He's again from over the wicket this time, but short and wide. And it wasn't called a wide, but the batsman had no interest in playing that one.
And you can see after he delivered that ball, he wasn't really happy with the way it came out, being a short delivery outside the off stump. Because he knows challenger bowler really good over the first one up. And he wants to continue adding that pressure. He wants to really bowl well. So to have that good opening partnership in terms of bowling, put the batters under pressure. So he has to really get it right as soon as possible.
Again, back of a good length, but a little bit closer this time and better lined as well. This is going to be a long over because he did bowl those two wides to begin with. I was giving you all the joke about the Cessna. Well, there's a Cessna going past us.
I was just about to tell you that. I was just about to say that. You mentioned that earlier on. And
Yep.
Here we go. Here's one.
My great race
They're looking
friends.
for you. They're looking for you. Come on, Ruskin.
Well, the race was last week. I was doing football. But that's better. That's a much fuller length. And again, you could just see Gordon just pushing it. Didn't really try to hit it too hard. That ends the over, and it's 4 without loss after 2.
Yeah, that ends a decent over. Started off not well with the two wides, but ended pretty well. Seemed to have found his line and length, just back of a length, on the body. And I think because he looks to be an aggressive bowler, and that sort of line and length is good for him on the body, just short of a length. And, you know, the odd surprise, just pitch one up a bit when you have the batter on the back foot. Just pitch one up a bit and see what will happen. So generally, you with fast bowlers, you'll get them early on, pitching the ball up, and that short one, there's a surprise. With him, I think it's a reverse because of the nature of his bowling, his aggressive nature.
That's over pitch, driven beautifully. He got it on the full, and he made full use of it, just squirted it out square. So the first boundary of the morning, and a brilliant shot from Demario Hall.
Yeah, definitely a full toss here from him. And all he had to do was just really use the pace and just find the gap. And you can see he didn't try to overhit it, just look to pierce the gap, just get it into the gap. And he picked up 4 runs quite easily. The outfield seemed to be pretty good. That ball ran really nice out in the outfield. I thought it would have been a bit slower, given the rain that we had early on, but it seemed to be running pretty nice.
And they did, you could see that they did cut it a bit. That's another deal. This one kept a little bit low. They're going to go for a quick single as well, and they will get it also. But again, just keeping the ball up to the batsman, and then he kind of played across it slightly. It hit the outer edge. And luckily for him, it went down. It didn't squirt out to the slip region.
Yeah, that's because he's just standing in the crease, just pushing the bat in front of him. He's not getting the pad out in front playing with the foot first, then the bat coming. He's pushing the bat out. So you're going to bring the outside edge a lot into play when you are doing that as a batter.
And there's another one, again, a late decision to play, and that's because it moved off the seam and came back at him. Luckily for Gordon, that didn't take the off stump on the way through.
Yeah, just over the off stump, that one. And that's where you want to be. Probably a bit fuller if you wish, but I think that's where you generally want to be as an opening bowler, in challenging both the inside and outside edge. He's getting the ball to move, and we said that earlier on. He gets the ball to move into the right-hander, just away from the left-hander.
Again, pitching up nicely. This time, well played by Gordon for a comfortable single. Pushes the score to 10. So they're into double figures now. 10 without loss. We're in over number 3. Remember, Jamaica put into bat by the Leeward Islands. The Leewards, who had their game with Barbados abandoned, although no result. And Jamaica, having lost to the Windward Islands, will be looking to bounce back here with a win of their own. Pitching up again. You could see him trying to keep the ball up to the bat. And as a result, he's over pitching a couple of them. But that's not too bad. Sometimes it's better to do that than to bowl short.
Yeah, when he bowls short, it generally gives the batter that extra second or so to just get back, and you can pull it or play it square depending on if it's outside the off stump or on the body line. So a bit fuller is better, especially in this phase of the game, the power play, if you wish, to utilize the new ball.
So the Mario Hall might be thinking he missed out on that occasion. Again, keeping it right up to the left-hander and forcing him to play, which ends another good over his second, and it's the end of over number 3. It's 10 without loss.
Yeah, another good over from Challenger there. And what I like with the batters in terms of, because the ball is nipping around a bit, they're looking to play a bit straighter. Yes, a couple went on the outside edge down to third man, but they're generally looking to play straight. So because of that move and delivery, if you generally look to play straight, you get more bat on the ball rather than looking to play squarer. You turn the bat, you're presenting the edge pretty much to the bowler, and you tend to get more inside edge, outside edge, because of that turn in the bat looking to work its curve, the wicket. So playing a bit straighter would be better for the batters here.
So James Clark, best bowling 2 for 20. And he might get a wicket here, and no, it's dropped. Well, and it's gone for 4. So talk about rubbing salt in the wound there. It went up in the air. The man coming in from third man got his hands to it, and it went right through his grasp.
Yeah, again, a good delivery, but when you look at the batter, just to mention, he was looking to play square.
Well,
and he got an outside edge.
For 4, so
Flew down to that guy, the fielder at third man, but he got there. He did the hard work in getting there, and the ball just slipped through his hands. And you're right, rubbing salt into the wound, it went for 4.
Yes.
So dropping the catch is 1, but then allowing it to go for 4, that's not a good feeling.
Yep. A quicker delivery again, a stifled appeal, but you could see there was bat involved there. But I was right up. So both bowlers adopting more or less the same strategy here. Try to keep the ball up to the batsman and let the wicket do its thing.
Gordon is getting a bit of advice from some of the fielders there in how to play that shot. Probably tell them, he played it well, considering the conditions. We'll probably need to be a bit more aggressive. He's 5 from 8.
Again, he's on target, right up to him, and not much he could do about it. Coming in screaming there is Atenez, Jaquan Atenez.
Yeah, Atenez showed a bit of promise with the bat in the first game. wasn't able to kick on. As he got stuck in, he got set, he gave his wicket away.
This time a delivery again, playing well away from the body there, and luckily for him it hit the under edge because the bat was so far away from the body, hit the under edge, and it went past the stumps down to the fine leg for a single.
Again, looking to play square of the wicket. Yes, it was a short, but it was a bit too close to really play that shot, and he tried to play that square cut, but the bat was angled at probably a 45 degree, and that's the problem. If you're playing those shots, you have to keep your bat as horizontal as possible, and because of that slight angle he had, he got the inside edge. Lucky for him, he just passed the stumps.
Here's Hall now. He's on 6 boot, batsman on 6 at the moment, and we'll have to do that one. Do that one again. Just trying to probably bring the stumps more into play. And then finding himself just tugging it and pulling it down the leg side. So still the 2 slips, more or less the same field. And again, that's a good delivery. They want a single, it's not there. They started, and then the call came early enough to send back Demario Hall, else that might have been curtains for him or for Gordon, who was going to the danger end. So 16 without loss. We have 1 legitimate delivery left in this over. Again, tickled nicely. That's gone fine. That could go for 4. That's a great shot. He just got inside the line and just tickled it. Didn't really try to hit it too hard and just let it run away. Not much Amari Jones could do down there at fine leg. And it goes for 4. That ends over number 4. And at the end of it, it's 20 with outlaws, 10 runs coming from that over, including the drop catch. One of the things the Leeward Islands will probably be looking at is the actual over rate. They're not really sort of hustling in between overs. They know who the bowlers are, so I don't think they need to worry about that. They know their field placing are, so just get into your position. But here comes challenger once more. And turned away nicely down behind square. It's an easy single. But because they don't want to be in a situation where come at the back end of the innings, trying to squeeze in overs based on time allotments, but you want to be ahead of the game. And it's simple. Once the umpires call time to end the over, then you basically sprinting to your position to start the next over. This one is edged, and that too is going down to fine leg. Drop well short, but again, you could see him getting the outside edge. Clark never had a chance at a catch. So again, compared to what we've had last couple of days, today starts off really nice. We're keeping our fingers crossed. I'm sure the players are too, that they will get a full game in. That one is hit hard between the short extra cover and the mid-off. They're going to go back for the second run, and they'll get it to a bit uppish from Gordon, but he really threw the bat at that one. He was given a little bit of width, and he couldn't resist it. Luckily for him, he got it into the gap and picked up a couple. 24 now. Without loss, we're in over number 5. We're halfway there through that 5th over. No interest there at all from Gordon, just allowing it to go its merry way. You could see Bergen, LaShawn Bergen, wearing the number 6, and next to him is Brown, light brown. I don't know, sometimes I wonder. Again, trying to play it on the onside, but this time there is a fielder close enough to deny them that opportunity to squeeze a quick single. Challenger will try again. Right up in the block hole. He's really been thereabouts, not trying to vary too much with his line, with his length. If anything, he tries to shift the line. If over comes to an end, 5 completed is 24 without loss. So Clark is going to continue here, start his 3rd over. Challenger has naught for 11 from his 3. And turned away behind square again. Not a bad delivery. Again, pitching up, right up in the block hole, and forcing the batsman to have to kind of get his pad out of the way. And luckily for him, he got enough bat on it to squeeze it out on the onside. So cool conditions now. The sun just kind of tucked in behind some very high clouds at this point. From around the wicket now, bowling short, trying to pull it and not able to get a hold of it there. So again, I'm sure you may be thinking he missed out there. That was a short ball. Doesn't get too many of those. Be thinking when you get them, you want to take advantage of them. Clark will try again. Well, you'll have to wait because he's not comfortable delivering that ball. So it's going to take that long walk back, and the ground staff has emerged from in the shade behind the indoor nets, Safan Quarrel indoor nets. Quick delivery played down. So our 2 umpires are Lyndon Ramshkumar and the other one is Avinash Narain. And we were just doing a football tournament where the development of officials was a big part. Here's another delivery pitch right up, but again coming off the inner portion of the bat, and they can't get a run. And we were just doing that CFU tournament, and what I liked about it, together with FIFA, they did a whole series of workshops before the tournament actually started. So they put the officials through their paces, probably brought them up to speed in terms of their fitness and their understanding of the rules and whatever. But they carried them through a whole series of workshops. And even the players. Here's the next delivery. Again, this is a little bit quicker. And, but the line was pretty good as well, so you couldn't do much with it. So even the young ladies, because these were under 14 girls, and part of the initiative was to hold seminars for them to talk about, how they adjust, how their body will adjust to, like when they have a period, and all the other things associated with that, because it might be new to them, and some of them might just be experiencing it and don't understand fully how to do just another good delivery. They all got a single though, he still has to hurry, but he gets there in the end with plenty of time to spare. The Mario Hall just pushing it, and Gordon responding beautifully.
Yeah, that was excellent piece of work there. Well, all around cricket actually. It's a good delivery, just push into the onside. Quickly called for the single. There was a quick call of yes, and they went through for the single. The good feeling, the fielder, good feeling, and they were able to get a quick single in the end.
25 without loss. It's at the end of 6 now. So, opportunity here for them to keep plugging away. They have to be patient. They haven't had the big early wicket that they might have been expecting. But I'm sure they will want to take advantage of it. And here's another one that is touching down just outside that off stump and forcing the batsman to have to just wait on it, the Mario Hall. Seems a very solid player. Likes to keep everything organized. Turning this one on the onside, it went in the air again through mid-wicket. They're going back for the second run. He's going to have to hurry, and he does. The return is a good one, but not in time. So 2 quick runs there for Hall, takes him on to 14 now. His partner Tyson Gordon Jr. at the other end is on 9 from 15. He's 14 from 23 Hall. Again pitching up nicely, but squeezed away, beautifully squared the wicket for 4 more. That is the shot of the morning. What a glorious shot that is. He just leant on it, stroked it sweetly into the gap. There's a man at point and there's a squarish cover. Neither one had a chance. And it sped away to the point boundary for 4 runs. So Hall climbs to 18 now, 31 without loss. We're in over number 7. So he's 18 from 24. And this time, Challenger didn't seem comfortable. He pulled out of it, which is, you try to encourage young fast bowlers to do exactly that. If you're not comfortable for whatever reason, don't try to deliver the ball. You might do damage. So you're better off not delivering it and just going back to the top of your mark and try again. So here he's on his way once more. Again, he's pitching up once again. It's been driven nicely by Demario Hall, but on this occasion, he hit it straight to the man at cover, and Atenez fields it cleanly.
Yeah, Hall is now getting into his rhythm here. You can see he's playing a lot more shots, but I think Challenger is a bit guilty of pitching up a bit too much here. Last couple of deliveries saw that one being driven for 4 square of the wicket, as well as the previous delivery. So he has to pull his leg back a bit.
And this one bounces a second time, so it's a sort of a give and take here. Some of them jumping, and 1 or 2 bounced a second time before getting to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, that's not a good sign when it's so early in the game, the 6th, 7th over, and you've seen that sort of uneven bounce. And the batters now, that would play in the back of their mind, and they would want to really try and steam more on the front foot just in case those deliveries keep low.
Again, he's pitching up, but this time he's more to the middle and off stump, driven, just pushed really down to middle for no run. It ends the over. 7 completed now. It's 31 without loss.
Yeah, that was a good over for the Jamaicans. They conceded 6-7 runs in that over, and they would want to continue. This partnership is really going well now. 31 runs. It's not a really, what do you call, a quick start by this pair. They haven't been as aggressive, but you have to consider the bowling has been really good up front. The first few overs, the first 5-6 overs were really good. So the batters, they realize that they need to really stick it out there. They stood there. Now they in particular starting to get in his own now, starting to play a few more shots. Gordon just has to buy this time here.
And again, that's very well bowled, but just as efficiently played. And Gordon just waiting for it to come on to him, just push it. I just want to get your take on this because I'm giggling when I see it. There's a player on the team here. His name is Light Brown. So I'm asking myself if he has a brother.
Dark brown.
Really. Again, the
Lighter brown.
Yeah, the batsman pulled out of it. So I was just in my mind. I was saying, why would you name him Light? But it's spelled Lyte. So, in defense of the parents, you know. But I could imagine they probably say, "Well, we'll have fun with this name, Light Brown." You know, but I remember I was doing a North Zone football trial, and they asked me what is my name, and so I said R Mark. A man said, "What, Ria Mark?" I said, "All right." It's a quick single, and it's taken quite easy. You know, Ria Mark, of course, is a noted tennis player, female tennis player, who actually is married to Ken Mark, who's a distant relative of mine. But it was so funny when he said R Mark, Ria Mark. That's what the R is for, Ria Mark. Yeah. And then we had a guy called, it was Green, and he too had the initial R Green. So they asked him what the R is for. He said red. But it was really Roger. Yeah.
Red Green. It's a good show. Yeah, that's a really good show. Red Green, that's the guy name, right?
Oh, good. Again, pitching up, but the thing is, the ball isn't doing that much right now to trouble the batsman. The wicket also, it's not like a pacey wicket and you know, exaggerated bounce or anything of the like. But to their credit, they've kind of taken a little bit of the sting out of the bowling. The pace is not a worry. They're handling that well enough. The challenge sometimes is, okay, you've done all this hard work now. How do you kick on now? And how do you move from, you know, 10 to 20, from 20 to 30, and just keep building? He's true, and the bat goes out of his hands, and he was having, but again, the bat seemed to come across the ball. And look at it, look at where the bat ends up. He, he was going at it and missed everything, beat him outside the off, he was beaten for pace there, and the bat was very late in coming down. It just slipped out of his grasp, ended up at mid-on.
Yeah, the bottom hand came off the bat, and that's the reason why it slipped out of the top hand. He was looking to, the way the bat was turning in his hand, it seems like he was looking to work it into the onside, and probably lucky for him, he was a bit late on it and didn't get an outside edge. But it seems like he was looking to turn the bat, probably to play it on the onside, when he should have looked to play a bit straighter. That probably looked to go through cover, extra cover. So again, you're right. In this phase here, the shot selection or how they're going to approach this aspect, as you rightly said, from probably 20 to 30, how they're going to approach that. Are they going to look to be aggressive? Well,
they won't have a chance because the cover is coming on right as we speak. And that's why the ground staff had emerged from in the shadows there, because they're probably seeing to the east of us where we anticipate the rain is going to come from. They're probably seeing, so it's probably drizzling already, and the umpires, again, with an abundance of caution, ask that they bring the covers on, and the tarpaulins here are kind of transparent type tarpaulins, and so just two big ones they're bringing onto the field. Not a huge ground staff. We have 3 and 3, and with all this wind here, this could be a real battle for them to get this cover down, on time. Thankfully, it's not like a heavy downpour, but it's not a heavy downpour yet. In fact, it's getting heavier now, and that is something that they have now. And look at the covers, it's flying, and that was my fear, that because of the lack of numbers, that they're not able to get the cover on right away. In fact, if you look at it now, they still haven't covered the pitch.
Yeah, I think that's really not good, because it's raining a bit heavy, and also obviously you're going to get a lot more moisture on the wicket. But maybe you're right, because of the limited ground staff, they should have brought that main one onto the wicket first and then bring the second one on.
Well, they're trying, but look at how strong the wind is, and it just keeps lifting the covers, and it could carry the gentlemen with them. It is exactly what is happening. They just can't seem to get it down and get the spigots on it so that they could cover the pitch. And that is because the wind is so strong that it's just lifting the cover, and they need to get the weights on quickly, get the covers down, and then get the weights on it as quickly as possible. And if they leave any of the personnel there to keep it down, the next cover can't come on because they can't leave to go and bring it on. So that is the challenge that they're facing there right now. So because if they want to get the other cover on, they have to get some of the weights in place quickly so that they could just nail it down. And look again, look at the other cover now. That too is starting to fly. And because remember too, they now have to cover the adjacent strips, because if they get wet, they could cause a problem for the players on the square itself. Remember, player safety is, look at how the rain is, when the covers fly, you can see the water spraying from the covers itself. So they really, I don't know, these numbers, they have to look at the numbers here, but they also have to get it's fighting them. That's the challenge that they're facing right now.
Fighting is an understatement. I think they're losing the battle at the moment.
Yeah, because the wind is so strong. Now, when we started, it was nice sunshine, good conditions, and you would think that would have been about 30, 40 minutes ago. Now it has changed because we have this heavy cloud coming over, and we have this strong wind. Now, the wind might be a good thing because it will blow the clouds over, but it might take the ground staff with it too because they're fighting here and the pitch still isn't covered. I mean, it's sad to say, but they're having a real hard time getting the covers in place. And they're still fighting, they're still trying. To their credit, they're giving it their all, but the wind is so strong that they just can't get the covers down. They haven't really even covered the actual square itself.
No,
You know.
they haven't, yeah.
And my fear is that by the main strip, the playing strip, is only partially covered. It's not fully covered just yet. So they have to figure out a way how to cover the other parts of the square and also go back and attend to the main strip and make sure that that is properly secured. And well, the third umpire is out there rendering assistance, but he's standing there with his umbrella, and he has to be careful too because the wind is so strong that he might lose that umbrella in that battle there.
Or he might pull up Mary Poppins.
Well, true, you never know. And it's going, but this has been a real challenge for them to cover the ground and make sure that they cover as much of the ground as possible. And I'm still surprised they haven't been able to nail down the covers just yet. It's been a while, and the longer it takes is the more wind is coming. So the more of a challenge it's going to pose for them right now. So this is not an easy assignment. It might look easy just to get the covers on, but with this strong wind here and the tarpaulins that light, if it was a heavier tarpaulin, it might still fly, but it wouldn't fly as high, and they might be able to control it a little bit better. But you saw there, because the wind is so strong, just these few bodies, and we don't have any 250 pounders out there to say they could, like, hold it down. They had a real battle on their hands to get the covers on. I mean, they're still trying to pin down the first tarpaulin to the right, because that one will sort of bleed into the other one. And but it's taken them a while, taking them an inordinately long period of time to get these tarpaulins down. And sometimes in a case like this where the wind is so strong, all you really have to do is get down one or two quickly to keep it down, and then you can add the others as you go along. But you probably have to get the ends and the middle down quickly, and then you can move swiftly. One person is doing the nailing, as you say, or hammering the nails in. But that's going to take forever. If a strong wind comes again at all, it could disrupt all his best efforts there. I really would have preferred to see 2 or 3 others just getting, weights around. He could go back later on and put in the spigots properly. But the main thing was to get the place covered. And in order to do that, you had to get some weights on those tarpaulins as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think that was the main issue there. They didn't get the weights on in time.
Yep.
So you could see the weights are still on the tractor there, and they're trying to just nail the tarpaulin down. But they should have gotten a couple weights in to aid.
Just to keep the tarpaulin
Down,
quickly,
yeah.
And then you could go back and adjust and do whatever later on. But they seem to be getting it sorted out now, which is a good sign. And hopefully things will be ready soon. The sun is trying to peek out here, but again, we're in the rainy season, so this is kind of par for the course here. So it's not too surprising that we will have, rain interruptions from time to time.
It's still drizzling out there, but it's not looking good to the east, but to our right. It's not really looking too good in terms of those dark clouds. Hoping that it could really pass, and we can get a game
you were
on.
here on Sunday?
On Sunday, yeah.
And was it similar to this? Did you start in good weather? Because they got some play in.
Well, we started, the outfield was a bit wet, so we had a late start.
Okay.
Had a late start. It started, I think, around 1:45. Had a very late start, and eventually we got in 32 overs. And then, as soon as the second inning started, when Barbados started to bat, I think after the fourth over, well, the rain came and that was it. But it was really dark prior to that.
Oh, okay.
Before the start of the Barbados inning, it was really dark. We had a lot of dark clouds around. But it managed to elude us a bit. But in the end, we couldn't avoid it. The rain came, and that was the end of the match.
Well, despite the dark clouds and the rain clouds, we have a helicopter, the national helicopter, zooming past us here, probably heading up to the airport. And I've always been amazed at the cost of fuel for those, because they're expensive pieces of equipment. But the fuel for those things are even more expensive. It's like, man, so that's why you always say if you're going to use a helicopter like that, it has to be of something of real importance or an emergency situation. It's just the fuel is expensive.
And you're saying it's expensive, but it's actually cheaper in Trinidad than other countries.
Yep, because it's subsidized to some degree.
Yeah. So a lot of these planes and helicopters, when they come to Trinidad, they refuel here because it's cheaper for them to do it here rather than other countries or even in their country.
Yeah, it's just sad though. But again, folks, we have a rain delay, 32 without loss. And that's after 7.4 overs. And we've had that break just about 6 or 7 minutes after 10 o'clock. And so we wait to see. I don't think there's any panic now about reduction in overs or anything like that, but it depends on how long and whether the weather cooperates quickly so that they can get back out there as soon as possible. So as soon as we get any kind of word and we have a break in the weather, we're happy to say that the sun is still trying to fight its way through these clouds, these heavy clouds. But right now the ground staff is taking center stage, and thankfully they've been able to get both tarpaulins on, as I knew they would. It's just that they needed the wind to cooperate a little bit, and it did eventually. So this is the situation. 18 to DeMario Hall. Tyson Gordon is on 10. Together they've added 32 without being separated after 7.4 overs. That's after Jamaica were put into bat by the Leeward Islands. And again, after just about almost 40 minutes of play, we've had this rain interruption. But as soon as we get some kind of a definitive word as to resumption, we get back with more from the National Cricket Centre here in Balmain, Vancouver. Assumption of play. We left you just after 11 o'clock, just after 10 o'clock rather. And we set to restart here at 1 o'clock this afternoon with the news that the game has now been reduced to a 35 overs a side affair, with Jamaica resuming at 32 without loss after 7.4 overs. And so they are the ones who are going to resume. And the 35 overs, the cutoff time for the rest of this innings is at 2:42. And then, of course, we will have a 25-minute break, and the play will resume. The second innings will resume. Each bowler will be a maximum of 7 overs per bowler. And here we have Clark, who's going to resume. Well, not just yet anyway. He was just getting loose. As I welcome back Ronnie Bikramdas. And Ronnie, I suppose it's only fair that you give the Jamaicans an opportunity to build some kind of a total here. They're off to a good start, 32 without loss, but they now have to kind of speed up things a little bit.
Yeah, that's the issue with the rain delay. It really plays against the team batting first, because you already pacing yourself for a 50 over match, where you're not going to go too hard initially. You want to build a platform, and then you want to launch at the end. But being reduced, now they'll have to go a bit harder than they would have anticipated. The plans would have changed, but as you rightly said, they have a good platform, 32 without loss, so they can't afford to go a bit harder and this pay. But remember, they have to start over now.
Well, that's the key. That's a good delivery to start with, right on target, bowling from around the wicket. Jaheim Clark. And you're right. The thing is, they don't want to lose too many wickets now after you've done all that hard work. I mean, the rain is the rain. You can't do much about that. But you could now play what is in front of you. And the key here is to probably just build. Don't worry too much about, scoring too quickly, but score. Keep scoring. Keep the scoreboard ticking over. And try not to lose too many wickets too early. Driving again, and you can just see them. It's like the mindset has changed now, because they feel they have to, come and get on with things. So finally, the 8 over has come to an end, and at the end of it, it remains 32 without loss.
Yeah, and you're right in the sense with the batters now, in terms of their whole preparation. Remember, they were already set. Hall on 18 and Gordon on 10. They already set this, so they could afford. And you saw before the rain delay, Hall was starting to play his shots. Yeah. So he was, he found his rhythm. He was starting to get a move on. But now they're going to have to start all over. So they're going to take probably an over or two just to see things, see the way the wicket's going to play. Because remember, we had a bit of moisture on the wicket as well. So it's going to play slightly different. So they're going to give themselves an over or two, and then look to probably not increase the scoring rate as such, go, trying to find boundaries. But as you rightly said, rotate the strike, get probably 4 or 5 runs and over in singles, put away the bad ball if it comes, and build from there.
Well, Area 2 Richards is going to pick up the attack and cut away, but good bit of fielding there. Can't get that one through. In fact, he hit it straight to Bergen. LaShawn Bergen at that backward point position.
Yeah, wicket seemed to get a bit of zip, I guess, with that little moisture that fell. Right, so it seemed to have a bit of zip, as you can see from that first delivery from Richards. It really climbed a bit, and it
doesn't
went
have a
through.
slip. It's surprising, but we'll see if that changes. Again, he's called into play. He has a throw, but he slipped just as he was about to release the ball. And unfortunately for Bergen there, the pace went out of his return because he was falling down when he was actually releasing the ball.
Yeah, that was a close single, but the good thing about it, we saw it earlier on, the running between the wickets, between this pair, I should say, it seems to be really good. They have a good understanding. Yes, they had some very tight calls, but they made it safely in the end. So the understanding between the pair seemed to be very good in terms of the calls, in terms of running between the wickets, and that made it even easier because they put pressure on the fielder. It went to his left, so he had to go around in order to get the ball, then throw it in. So that made it a bit easier for them in getting the single.
Well, it's Hall. And that is always the danger when you have a left-hand, right-hand combination. The bowlers have to be so concentrated. So what was a good line for the right-hander is a wide for the left-hander.
For Richards as well, this is his first spell, so he's going to be a bit fresh. He's going to take a few deliveries to warm up.
Again, from around the wicket, he's operating this time. They'll pinch a quick single and running it down to that third man area. Clark is down there. They get a comfortable single as well. And this is more like it. You don't want to just go helter-skelter and, you give away a wicket. But if you could rotate strike almost every ball, you could score. And then when the boundaries come around, you cash in there. But the bottom line is you're actually increasing the scoring rate. And again, another short ball. And once again, Bergen is called into action. That was a much shorter delivery that time. He had to jump to cut it. But he got on top of it. He played it well. So the conditions are much improved here. Happy to say we have blue skies about the place. An hour ago was nothing like that. And again, just coming inside the wicket this time and turning it. And that's the issue with bowling to a left-hand, right-hand combination. Because you, as a bowler, you have to be so focused on which side you're bowling at. And as you can see him here, he's struggling a little bit with the line. He's bowling good deliveries, but to right-handers, but he's bowling them to the left-hander. And so it's just a little too much on the legs and for one, and then it doesn't work out for him.
That was very short.
Yep.
Definitely way short. And Hall just ducking under that one. But again, not a bad start for Richards. Just as you rightly said, a couple of wayward deliveries, and that is because of the left-hand, right-hand combination. Always poses a problem for any bowler. And he's coming in for his first over after that little delay with the rain. So you would expect that from the bowler. So maybe his second over is going to be a bit better. And they would want it to be a bit better. But they would want to get a breakthrough. And as you mentioned, breakthrough, you can see the spinner is coming on right now. He's the leading wicket. Yes, the leading wicket taker with 22 wickets in the two-day version. So he would want to really try and get a breakthrough here and not just stem the flow of runs, but take wickets. That's one of the major ways in where you can stem the flow of runs, taking wickets. And I think that they need to really break this partnership now.
Yeah, he has a slip, and then there's a sort of a backward point. There's a cover and a mid-off. There's a long on, a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket on the boundary, a square leg and a short fine leg. And a nice flight first up. And, that's going to be interesting, is if he's prepared to give the ball a little bit of flight. And again, a little bit of turn as well.
Negotiated well by Gordon. And Gordon seems the more sedated batter of the two. Not looking to really be aggressive.
They're going for one, a little bit of hesitation here, but he failed to pick it up. Well. He was screaming coming in there, trying to get to the ball, and just like that. Now, there is an issue here because I'm looking at the shirt that he's wearing. He's wearing the number 24, as is the wicketkeeper. So, and 124. So one has 24, one has 124. And that's Francis. Yeah, Tenaeus Francis. So it was, in fact, Edwards trying to effect that run out there. Again, they're a little bit antsy trying with the running between the wickets. All of a sudden, they're starting to risk it.
Yeah, they need to get a move on. As you already said, the current run rate is 3.9. And they need to really get a move on, as I might reduce 35 overs at the moment. So they need to try and get up to probably 4 or 5 runs and over.
Again, on the back foot this time, but trying to cut a delivery that is very close to the off stump. And thought it might have spun away. It didn't. 37 for no loss now after 10.
And this is where it could play to the hands of the Leeward Islands bowlers in terms of the batters now trying to get a move on, trying to play some expansive shots, probably trying to play shots that's not there, as we saw in the previous delivery, trying to cut the ball out too close to him. And in doing that, they could play a shot that's not there, probably get bowled, caught behind, hit the ball up in the air. So all sort of modes of dismissals now going to come into play because of that little indecision in terms of if we're going to be aggressive or just look to move the ball around.
So Richards, that's a nice drive, but once again they can't get it through, and that could be the frustrating thing for them here. Atenes is pretty deep, but it was straight at him.
Yeah, it was timed well. It went quickly to him, so there was no chance of a single. So probably just need to if you're not finding the gap, just soft hands, push the ball in. As you rightly said, the fielder is a bit deep. You can just soft hands play it into the offside and just look for a quick single.
And again, this time he plays it well. And they might think of a second, but this time they're a little bit lethargic in the running. And what might potentially have been a second run ended up being just a one.
I think they'd look to give Hall the majority of the strike here. He is 19 from 36, more aggressive, the two. And probably the meat in our discussion is Hall will try to be a bit more aggressive, look to score a bit quicker, and Gordon just bat throughout. Because he doesn't look like he's going to really look to be expansive at the moment.
Clark was struggling. You could see Richard struggling there with that run-up. It just didn't look right at all. And I'm not sure if his footing is a little bit compromised because of the wet conditions, but the run-ups look to be okay. It might just be a little bit soft. And again, on the legs, that you're asking for trouble there. It might be leg buys. I'm not sure if he got bat onto it. In fact, he did get bat onto it. So it's 4 runs. So he just picked him off there without too much fuss. And that's the danger of that left hand, right hand when you don't line it up properly. Now, for a right-hander, that might have been an excellent delivery, but it's a left-handed batsman.
Yeah, definitely. That's a bit too straight. But again, good from Hall in terms of not looking to overhit it, just using the pace, just guiding it fine.
That's a better delivery, right up in the block hole. Always it's a wicket-taking delivery because you're operating on the maximum. If you miss, then I hit. But you have to commend the ground staff. They've done an amazing job to get things back in order, and we're playing again. Again, indications that they might have been thinking about a single, but he sent him back. So they have to be careful now with the running between the wickets because, again, it's just a mindset. They know they're looking for runs. They're hunting runs right now. And they're trying to squeeze everything, but a single is a single, and if it's not there, it's not there. Again, this time they'll get the single. And just running it down to third man, which is good, smart cricket. If you can't get a boundary, at least get a single. So 43 without loss now after 11.
Yeah, good start. It's a good platform here by the Jamaican being built to 43 in 11 overs. And just the run rate has easily crept up. It was at 3.5 a couple of overs ago. It's now 3.9. So they have started to rotate the strike a bit more. And just need to get probably 4 runs and over for now. Probably take it to the 15th over, 20th over. And then you can be a bit more aggressive. And because you're going to have a lot more batters in the shed. Haven't lost a wicket as yet. So it will be easy for these two now to just, at least one of them. And I would actually like to see Hall be a bit more aggressive, look to take on the bowlers a bit more. And try to accelerate that scoring.
But as you can see, that's the danger here, to pick the right delivery to hit. You know, you have a new bowler, like I said, he's taking wickets.
But again, they're trying to hit him off his line. There's no need to do that. He's good bowler. He's bowling a nice tidy line and length. Just look to work the ball around, push it into the gaps, get the singles.
And there he is. He's gone big heave at it, hit the edge, and it's a good catch taken at slip to end the threat there. And it looks like it's Atanez who has taken that one at slip. So that is the end of Hall for 24. It's now 43 for 1.
Yeah, and it comes to the point that you just made in choosing the right ball to hit. That wasn't there. He really played a swipe across the line. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, just trying to go across the line. Would have been suited. Just looking to push it through cover, extra cover. You pierce the gap. You get at least 2 runs. But he was looking to hit the ball that wasn't there and paid the ultimate price and playing across the line. Got the outside edge, but give credit to Atanez, as you said. An excellent catch. It came quickly to him.
Yep, the front cricket moving to his right. It was high as well.
So that was an excellent catch. And we saw an easy one went down earlier. And this time
they also went for a boundary too.
Yes, it did. It did go for a boundary as well.
I don't think he was happy at all, the bowler.
And that was Hall. He got that chance. So he's finally been dismissed. So Leeward Islands finally pick up their first wicket. The score for 43. So
Hyatt, Danza Hyatt Jr.
Danza Hyatt Jr. It's a new batter.
Popular name, isn't it? 2 juniors, Gordon Jr. and Hyatt Jr.
Yeah. Hyatt.
Sons of former cricketers.
Yes. Played for West Indies. Danza Hyatt. Featured in the white ball. I'm not sure if he played any test cricket. But he did play in ODIs for the West Indies.
So I'm glad I seen put in the slip. So he has this slip and he's sticking with it. again, there's some indecision. Well, I suppose you have to look like you want to run to see if there's a possibility of a run. But the one thing you don't want now is a run out. And so I think they have to be very careful here. And again, and this is one of the things that you notice, the end of the over, the end of a successful over at that, and it remains 43-1. It's a maiden wicket.
Yeah, excellent from the spinner. We mentioned it before, the leading wicket taker in the 2-day fixtures. Now he's already picked up a wicket early in his spell. And this is exactly what the Leeward Islands need. That wicket, give them a lift in the field. They have been pretty good in the field, but barring that one drop catch. But a wicket is always good for that morale. And now the bowlers would have a bit more. You see a bit more movement in the fielders. They know they have a stiff now at picking up that first wicket. And let's see if they're going to continue to be aggressive. No slip and play, as you mentioned.
For Richards. Yep. A little bit of lift there, and just getting enough bat in it to take it away from the wicketkeeper, Francis, or leg by. So it probably hit the thigh pad on the way to because you could see the ball just kind of deviate on passing. But this is a critical period here because if Jamaica not careful, they could undo all the hard work that they've done. And the key to that, of course, is if they were to just lose a few wickets. You might score quickly, but you might lose, early wickets or a lot of quick wickets, and then you're fighting to salvage at the end when you want the opposite, where you could just go gung-ho at the end. That's a beauty. That is a peach of a delivery. They all looked bewildered as to what just happened there. The batsman looked bewildered, even the wicketkeeper wondering, well, where did that come from?
I think the batter was happy that he didn't touch that one. He didn't get an edge on that one. That was a very good delivery. And I was about to say that Richards have been a bit too short, but he just pushed his length up a bit. That was an excellent delivery, a length delivery. And that's what you want, to have the batter pushing forward.
And again, a little bit of bounce there now. All of a sudden, two in a row that kind of jumps at him. And you can see it hitting the splice of the bat high up, close to the handle. So Atenez is back in slip now. So they have put in the slip out with that lift-in delivery. That's well played. At least he's committing to the front foot. He's not afraid to come onto the front foot and try to play there because the bowler is really testing him there.
This one was a bit straighter, so it was easier for him to just get in line and push it to the covers. But I think that length is very good from Richards at the moment. Just needs to maintain that there. Probably fourth stump. And just have the ball outside that off stump. Force the batter to play a shot.
Short ball, and he hit it well. He hit it into the ground. And it's a little bit unusual for it to end up where it ended up, but that's because he hit it down and hit it past the wicketkeeper and got a single to fine leg.
Yeah, probably was a bit late on it as well. A bit quicker. And just trying to pull it. Probably get the high up on the bat, hitting it down. Lucky for him, it went straight down to the ground. And went fine, he was able to pick up a single. But it's a good short ball, a good testing delivery from Richards.
Yep, so it's really interesting how Gordon deals with things now. Little slower delivery, but well played. Pitching it up again, and but well played and well fielded also at mid-wicket. So they've done well, the Leeward Islands, in the field, apart from that one blemish, the drop catch. So the over is, in fact, has come to an end. It's a 45-1 now, after 13.
Yeah, and that was an excellent over from Richards. I mentioned it before, probably because of his first over. He was a bit wayward, but he had really homed into a nice line and length, and he had bowled very good. Passed the outside edge on a number of occasions in that over as well. And one good short ball, and that's what you want. Just length deliveries, and then that one odd short ball to test the batter. He even tried the Yorker as well, so it's a good over. Just testing the batter to see what they're capable of.
This one is in the air and it burst through his hands. Well, he got both hands to it, and unfortunately he couldn't hold on to that one. But that was a delivery pitching up again and driving up airily. And unfortunately it went right, it just burst through his grasp. So Gordon living dangerously there. This time he decides not to play the big shot. So that just as we were talking about how well they were doing in the field, they put one down. A second one for the inning so far.
It was a bit difficult compared to the first one. He had to jump, reaching over his head.
And again, going for that big hit, it seems as though once it's pitched up, Gordon is going to give it the treatment. He has to be careful though, because there's a mid-off, there's a short, almost an extra cover, and a backward point. Turned away nicely. And that's well judged, that's more like it.
And I think that's what they need to do more, especially to the spinners. They're looking to be aggressive to the spinners, but they're not making proper contact. Maybe they're not reading the deliveries properly, which way it's turning, but have been given opportunities. We saw that one going to slip, also one almost to a cover, and then this one just dropping short of mid-off.
Yeah, so that ends the over. It's 47 for 1 now. Still not getting the big overs in there, but they still have to be a little bit patient.
Yeah, they're trying to hit the ball out of the ground. When just try to rotate the strike, and we saw that before the wicket, they started to rotate the strike a bit more, picking up 3-4 runs and over, and the run rate started to climb a bit. Now, after that wicket, we see Gordon in particular trying to be a bit more aggressive, not able to hit the ball in the gap, probably trying to hit it a bit too hard, and the scoring rate has started to decline again. When it would have been easier just to continue to rotate the strike, build a partnership, and then be a bit aggressive.
Can't get it through there, trying to just run it down behind point. Richards coming into his own now. That last over was a very impressive over. And what was he got bonks. He got the ball to jump from a good length. And what helps too is he's bowling now to 2 right-handers as opposed to the left-right when Hall was there. Again, keeping them honest.
And that's the hard link you talk about, where it's not easy to drive. You have to pretty much get to the pitch and drive on the up and time it really well. And it's not short enough to pull, so it's that in-between length where the batter is not sure, and more often than not they would look to defend.
They have to be careful here. This is really a little test for them. And again, a short ball, but you could see him trying to put it away, but very late on it.
He almost pulled it back onto his stumps. That's tell you how late he was on the shot. It came off the glove and almost trickled back onto the stumps. So it shows that the wicket has quickened up a bit, and the shorter delivery is a bit more difficult to play at the moment.
pitched up beautifully right under the bat. Luckily, it didn't take the off stump on the way through, but pitching that one right up into it actually pitched in the crease. Just missed the off stump. Didn't miss by much.
Yeah, it looked like a slower ball as well. A bit of change up there from Richards, and seemed to just dip on him at the crease. And that's Gordon just playing over that one. So that's good from Richards here. You can see he's trying things. He's looking to be different.
It was a short ball again, and this time again hits the back of the bat. So it's really a test here. And right now, Gordon is a little bit flummoxed by exactly what it is Richards is trying to do. He's bowling a couple of short balls. He's bowling the ones right up in the block hole. And then he's bowling that hard length. And is getting some bounce as well. Oh, he missed his run there, and he almost like a different bowler. They go for one, they think for the moment of the second, but again doing a good job there, and denying them that is Bergen, and they're not able to complete the second run. So another pretty decent over again from Richards, and at the end of it, 48 for one, just a one run in that over.
Yeah, and you can see he was disappointed as well after that last delivery. He knew he should have bowled another dot delivery. But you're right, he didn't miss his run-up, but he continued. He did not stop. And that caused him to bowl that short delivery outside the off stump and was cut away. But again, it shows that if you're not comfortable run-up, you should stop and then go back again. So it cost him a run in the end, but another good over from Richards. And he's mixing things up nicely. He's not being predictable. So the batters kind of line him up because they're not sure what is he going to come with. If it's going to be a slower delivery, a full delivery, a short delivery. So that's excellent from Richards.
And again, this turning, he's bowling very straight. He's almost attacking the stumps with every delivery. So the tendency is to play for turn. If it doesn't turn, then you have a problem. Because it all seem to be going across the ball, trying to play to leg. Now they're appealing for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire, but it's not signaled as a wide either. So they touched something there on the way through.
Definitely touched something if he did signal a wide.
And he's gone, but it's straight up in the air. The bowler is a conversion on it. And I think it's my good friend who took that catch there. Mr. Light Brown has come in and claimed the catch. So it took a while, but you could just see he's losing his patience, Gordon. And he got right across it, and it just spooned up in the air. And a good catch. 3 players were converging on that one, but in the end, I think Brown claimed it. 16 for Gordon. It's 48 for 2 now.
Yeah, you're right. Losing his patience there was Gordon. And again, another batter, Parrish, trying to play across the line. And you could see with that shot in the slow-mo there replay, where he was trying to play across the line, and the bat turned, and it spooned up in the air. So they have to be careful. Probably look to play the sweep shot might be a better option rather than looking to hit through mid-wicket or down the ground. So they have to be careful in their shot selections here. And you're right, the ball is probably not turning as much as they expect, but they're still playing for the turn. It's just bowling, simply bowling straight. And they're playing the wrong shots to the ball, and they're getting out.
Yeah, DeMarco Scott is the new batsman. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of information being passed on how to approach this. You can't just go swinging helter-skelter, as they say, and just gifting wickets away. They've lost 2 quick wickets. Remember, we resumed at 32 without loss after 7.4 overs. And now it's 15 overs and 3 deliveries, and they've lost 2 quick wickets. The score's only going on to 48. So in a sense, they've added 16 runs for 2 wickets. And that's because the attitude has changed, because they feel now there are fewer balls to work with, a few overs. They have to hit, try to manufacture runs. And again, he's right on target. They are not giving away anything.
But if you want to be aggressive, you have to choose your bowlers. You can't look to take down one of the better bowlers on the side.
And again, he's getting enough turn to impress upon them that the ball is turning. But it's not turning, it's not prodigious turn. It's just a little tweak. See, you more or less have to play straight more than anything else. They go for another quick single here. This time he's playing off the back foot. And, but again, the initial movement is try to come onto the front foot and then rock back. So Scott is off the mark, and it's 49 for 2 now at the end of 16.
Yeah, that's an excellent over. Another good over from Tilakarani. And 4 overs, 4 runs, 2 wickets. Really came on. The captain brought him on to take wickets. That's exactly what he wanted him to do, break that partnership. That he did. He also kept the runs down, made it difficult for the batters to score, and picked up another. So this is exactly what the captain wanted in this phase, and they need to just bowlers at the other end need to support him now and just squeeze, just keep the runs down, which would force the batters to play shots that they're not accustomed to and get out, which we saw from Gordon.
So Edwards is coming into the attack now, Jonathan Edwards, the leg spinner. And that's played nicely. This could run to the boundary for 4. It does, just getting there. And that's welcome relief there for the Jamaicans.
And right away, Scott, we saw playing the sweep shot. So we spoke about that. Maybe that's a better option to the spinners rather than trying to hit across the line. And immediately Scott playing the sweep shot brought him a boundary. And he's looking to just work the ball around, not really try to hit the ball hard or try to hit the ball out of the park. So it now poses the question to Edwards, how is he going to counteract that? Is he going to change his line? Is he going to change his length? Then you're going to be bowling to the batter's hand.
And giving that one a nice little tweak there. And it's not afraid to flight it, the leg spinner. Now he has a long off and a long on 3/4 of the way back. Plus there's a deep cover on the boundary of generous flight. And squeezed out square. They should get a second here. The man out in that deep cover position has to run a long way. And that looked like challenger, and they're able to come back for a second run.
Yeah, I like this from Scott, being positive here. He's not allowing the batters to just bowl to him a consistent line and length. He's looking to change things up. He saw him in the previous over, looking to go on the back foot, change the length.
And again, that's a good drive. That's good fielding there, and just knocking it down. They're going to get the single in the end. You would think that Scott would be thinking, oh boy, he missed out there. But there was a good bit of fielding from the Tilakani.
Well, his reaction when he reached the non-strikers and showed that he was disappointed. Probably tried to hit it a bit too hard rather than just place it in the gap.
And there's an appeal from LBW, not out, says the umpire. And again, just giving it enough flight to encourage the batsman to go after him. That's the end of his over. And 56 for 2 now at the end of 17.
Yeah, this is excellent bowling from the Leeward Islands. The spinners in particular came on and doing the job that is required by the captain. Pick up wickets 1, as you mentioned, and keep the scoring rate down. But on the other hand, Scott, I like the way he approaches his innings here. He's being positive, not overly aggressive.
And here's another one that kept very low indeed. So the wicket started to play a few tricks now. We had a couple balls from Richards and Edwards that from Richards rather that jumped. Now Tilakani's getting a couple to keep low. And again. Now if you're gonna hit him straight. Don't go across it. And just aim for the bowler himself. But there's a mid-off standing there, so you're gonna have to clear mid-off. He goes the inside out this time. And there goes light brown flying going down to that point, but he can't stop it. And it goes for a boundary. But this one he played it deliberately played it inside out. And Brown with those high knee lifts, almost like oblique Seville, trying to get there. But 4 runs all the same. 60 now for 2. Scott quickly on to 12 from 11 deliveries. And again, and this one he swept. He didn't know where the ball went. It went up in the air and it dropped on him. Luckily, it didn't drop behind him and probably could have gone onto the stump, but it actually hit him when he was probably looking down behind square for the ball, and it went straight up in the air. And that's a good shot. This one is hit into the gap. That's very well played. And it goes through the cover region for 4 runs. Just as we were getting the tail end of that replay, but we could see the ball just looped up in the air and fell on him. But the shot after that, again, Tulakani was pitching up, and this time, no mistake, that's another good shot. Put it into the gap for a boundary. So Scott looks like he's the one given the license to go. And again, well played. This time not being overly aggressive, but continuing to rotate the strike. So if we're not going to hit a boundary,
at least get a single. Yep. Yeah, that's exactly what they need to do at the end of 18 overs. It's 64 for 2. And that's exactly what they need to do. You cannot get a boundary. If the boundary ball is there, you hit the boundary, that's fine. But the very next delivery, you're looking to rotate the strike. You're not going to create too much dot balls. You can't afford too many dot balls at this stage of the game. The partnership is moving along nicely. And this is exactly what they need. They can't afford to lose any more wickets in this period, probably the next 5 to 10 overs. They would want these two to take it as deep as possible, especially Scott. They would want him to stay there as long as possible.
Go for a quick single. He has to hurry, and he just made it in. But again, the run-in right all of a sudden is a little bit suspect. But there might have been a single there. It's just that he left late, Hyatt. And he hasn't seen much of the strike. 2 from 9, but it's been Scott who's been doing the heavy lifting. Again, good line delivery, but purely in defense, no real attacking intent here from Hyatt.
He needs to try and avoid the dot balls, probably work it into the onside, just push it into the offside, get a single.
And again, generous flight and having a big hee-ho at it and misses. So give the bowler credit. He's actually trying to induce a big shot from the batsman. And again, and that one just goes right through, bowls him. So again, he was pitching it up and forcing him to try to drive it. And unfortunately, he played right over it. Probably hit the toe of the bat, but it still had enough spin on it to take it back to the stumps.
Yeah, definitely. It just dipped on him in the end. He was looking to drive that one down the ground, and it just dipped on him a bit. You could see on the replay here. It just dipped a bit. It dipped a bit, yorked him in the end. He played all over it, and it hit the stump. So an excellent delivery again from Edwards. He picks up a wicket. And the spinners have all 3 wickets. And they really change in this game now. And you mentioned it earlier, Ruskin. Are they going to be a bit aggressive, look to score quickly, and it's going to work against them where they're going to lose wickets? And that is exactly what is happening. Trying to up the ante in terms of the scoring rate, and they start to lose wicket. And when this happens, wickets start to fall in clusters. Then you don't have the backing at the back end of the innings in terms of wickets to really look to accelerate. So it's going to be, they're going to start to rebuild. In rebuilding, you're going to look to not score too quickly, try and build partnership, probably score singles, not look for boundaries. And then you're now trying to do that for the next 5 overs. And a wicket fall, you push that back again. And then you keep delaying that acceleration. And when you do...
assessing.
Correct. And before you know it, 35 overs come and you haven't accelerated at all.
We need some big overs somewhere along the line here. And to compound what you're saying, Scott, who has been doing well, seemed to have developed some kind of a back problem. To see him bending over there, he looks like he's in some real discomfort. But the physio is out there with him. He's going to try to soldier on because his team needs him right now to keep going. He's done well. He's 18 from 15. And they need to up the ante. It's 67 for 3. We're in the 19th over. Of course, the match manager, as they say, is Stephanie Power, a former cricketer herself, outstanding footballer, and she's also an adjudicator for steel band, Panorama. So she's a good all-round person. And she's also the coach of the under 15 women's team. She's also coach of one of those youth teams as well. But here is O'Dane Binns. He has arrived at the crease. And he waits on Edwards. Edwards now has 1 for 9 in his second over. And immediately, now you're starting to see the ball come out of his hands, a little bit better. He does give it generous flight. And the batsmen have to be careful because not every pitched up delivery is there for the taking. In fact, the bowlers deliberately do that. They throw it up, but then they vary the length. So you think it's there for the drive, and it's not there. Or they push it wider, and then you're driving away from your body. Just like that. But he gets 4 runs, or at least he could get close to the boundary. If it doesn't go for 4, and they're going to get 2. They might come for a 3rd, and this would have been tough for him to make it back, even though the throw wasn't an accurate one. Antanes had to intercept it at slip, but he threw it back early enough to discourage them from going back for that 3rd run. So that's good cricket out there again from Bergen. And at the end of that over, it's 69 for 3.
Yeah, well, Scott is struggling a little bit with his bat, so maybe that's one of the reasons that he didn't want to go for that 3rd.
Probably was a good decision.
Yeah, he would have probably had to dive in, as the case may be, but lucky for him, they decided to stick with 2. But with Binns now, he's trying to be aggressive, but he don't need to. Just support Scott. Scott is batting really well.
He goes again with a big sweep shot.
And this is better. We spoke about it earlier, the sweep shot being employed to the spinners, which is a better option rather than trying to hit across the line, and 2 batters perish by doing that. So this is better from Scott, but you can see he's really struggling there with his back. He's constantly, his hand is on his back, he's constantly holding the back. And that could cause a problem because it will restrict him from playing certain shots now.
Not only that, he's going to go hard. because he knows if he goes any kind of in between, he might seem as he already in pain, so he might just launch himself, and that's well played in the end. He's going to get one, might go for a second, and decide against it. Good decision too. Atenez had that one covered quickly. Now there is a cover on the boundary. It's a little surprising, but I suppose it's that inside-out shot that has kind of forced the captain to put that man out there. But you have a new batsman in Bin, so Bin's again just now feeling his way. Now just on 2 runs from 4 deliveries, so it might have made better sense to bring that man in and encourage him to try to play something big. Down the wicket he goes, he gets it into the gap, and the man on the boundary is there to limit him to just the 1 run. But Binns again not getting to the pitch totally, but still going through with the shot.
And that is an issue. We saw that in the previous game as well. A lot of batters coming down the wicket, and you're not to the pitch of the delivery, but you're still trying to swing through the line.
And he's gone straight with him. That's a good shot. He's going to get one. He might get a second if they hurry. And they do. The return is aimed at the non-striker's end, but it doesn't get there. A big return coming from Richards. That ends the over. 73 for 3 at the end of 20,
Yeah, that's good aggressive running there from the pair in terms of trying to get the run. So you can see a definite change in momentum here with this pair. They're looking to be aggressive between the wickets, put the fielders under pressure, and play shots, change things up. We saw Binns earlier, just taking a few steps down the wicket. Lucky for him, he got enough bat onto it. But Scott is playing really well.
Edwards, 1 for 11. They're going to have to hurry, and they do. That's well judged, because that ball was kind of like in no man's land there.
And this is what I prefer to see Binns do. Look to work the ball into the gap. Get yourself in. Don't try to play too much big shots initially. Scott's batting well. Just give him the strike. Let him play his innings. He's playing really well. 21 from 19.
Wide signal there. Just a little too far outside the off stump and spinning further away. And so that was Edwards, 1 for 12 so far. Trying to encourage the batsman to come out there. And he does on this occasion, but still can't get it past Tulukani. And again, turning it this time through forward square, thinking for a moment about a quick single, but that too would have been suicidal had they gone back for a second one. So we have excellent conditions here. It's not too hot, and might still be a little hint of rain about, but here's this one up in the air, but this too could go. The catch is, he's dropped it. He had it in his grasp, and he couldn't hold on to it. Well, it would have been a good catch, but I think he might have been worried also about where the rope might be. But look at it again, going across the line of the ball. All it did was go up, and then it just went out of his hands.
Yes, because he's fallen away, he was looking to go reverse cup, and in the end it just hit his hand and bounced off. Probably would have looked to go fingers pointing outwards.
Yeah, just take it in the orthodox fashion.
Yeah. Yep. That would have been a better option.
So that's a third catch that they put down. And Scott, again, they like to drive, and in fact, as they say, has a license to drive. But that ends the over now, 80 for 3 at the end of 21.
Yeah, but the difference there with Scott is that he's getting to the pitch of the ball, so it's easy for him to drive through the line and put it into the gap. Rather than the other batters, you can see they're just opening up that front foot and looking to hit across the line, as we saw with Binns a couple deliveries ago. Lucky got away with it. The catch was dropping the outfield. But again, we saw the same thing with Gordon, just clearing the front foot, looking to go across the line. And probably just need to just rotate the strike. Just get the signal for Scott. Let him continue to bat.
Again, they want a single that's not there. Good anticipation again coming in and making sure.
But again, look at Scott. He's getting to the pitch of the ball. He's not just looking to defend it. He's looking to push it into the gaps. Looking for a run, looking for a single. Rather than the other batters weren't doing that.
And the bowler, of course, trying to keep him quiet. Just put in a couple quick ones in. Not giving him too much air to work with. And then he occasionally slip that flighted one in. Here he goes again, inside out. And but there's that man out there for precisely that shot.
And that's a better option. Looking to go with the spin if there's any inside out rather than trying to go across the line. So it's very good from Scott. It really changed the nature of the game so far.
They go for a quick single. That's well judged again. Not much the fielder could do about that.
This is better. This is what you want to see from Binns. Just rotate the strike. And in doing that, you pick up 4, 5 runs and over quite easily.
And then you get a boundary or so in between. Excellent fielding at just backward of square there. Just to the right of the umpire. So they've accredited themselves, apart from the 3 drop catches, they've been near perfect in the field. Stifled appeal again, but not out, says the umpire. The bowler wanted something, but that was pretty high. And it ends the over 82 for 3 after 22.
Well, the batter was showing him that it hit the tie pad. That's Scott. It hit the tie pad. What are you appealing for? Definitely too high. But the bowler seemed very interested. He was looking to tee it up as well, go for the review, which they don't have. But again, good bowling from Tadakani. He is 7 overs. Well, that's his spell. He has bowled 7 overs, 2 for 19. And because it's 35 overs, it's going to be 7 overs maximum. This time, Binns is down the ground, looking to hit this one over mid-off. And it dropped just short of the fielder at that long position.
Yeah, I don't think he actually moved to the ball with any real aggression there. Probably could have gotten closer to it, maybe even turn it into a catch. But he just seemed to amble towards the ball. Again, Binns is squared up a little bit here. So Binns is probably looking at joining the fun as well. So he knows that they have to get a move on at some point. And maybe this is his cue. Very well done again. Just finding ways to get runs. You don't want to soak up too many deliveries without scoring. Every over, if you can get 3 or 4 singles and then you got a boundary or 2, you're in business. Good flight again from Edwards, but the batsman thinking of 2, and there goes just all of a sudden, he just slipped Scott just as he was turning to go back. Now he already has a painful back, it looks like, and I don't think that would have helped very much. You almost tweaked his ankle there.
Well, he was looking for the 2, but it was a late call from Binns to stay with 1 rather than looking for the 2. And Scott was already down the wicket, so he had to stop quickly and turn to get back to his end.
flighted delivery. That one is hit hard, but again, the man down at the middle of the field is very well set, and the batsman continues to find the fielders. Tilakani out there at that long off position. And that's a quick delivery, but it was wide down the leg side. But he was probably playing for stumping because it was so fast. I don't even think the batsman will recognize how quickly that delivery went past him there. It's probably a predetermined quicker one and a much slower one now. So he was wide down the leg side, he's wide outside the off them. And again, not able to time the ball very well. So you could see Scott annoyed with himself. He remains on 25, and it's 89 for 3 now after 23.
Yeah, good comeback there from Edwards. First couple of deliveries was, we saw picked up a couple runs because Benz was looking to go after him, but he held it back nicely. And it was a bit slower, a bit fuller. And that one quick delivery down the leg side probably was almost quick as the fast bowlers.
Yeah, well, at some point he's going to, as you say, fast bowlers, at some point he's going to have to figure out, how he's going to utilize those resources that he has here now. And so at some point we may see the but Pemberton is back on. Xavier.
Well, Challenger has 3 more overs up that he can bowl. Clark has 3 more he can bowl. Richards has 3 more he can bowl. And well, now it's going to be Pemberton. So he has options, especially in the fast bowling department. It's 9 overs he can bowl there.
But he's getting good work from his spinners. And that's a wide delivery, but not signals are wide. The batsman was chasing after it. And Scott looks up at the umpire as if to say, why isn't that the wide? But he's done very well. He's come and he's given his team an opportunity here. That's well played again. He's on the back foot. Look at how late it is that Pins is leaving, and granted he's going away from the danger zone, but he was so late in leaving that any prospects of a second run were gone by the time he touched down at that top end. He's on 13 now, Bins. And that's a good delivery coming in with the arm. He's a tall man. Maybe he's not using the benefit of his height just yet. That's better, but that's swept away and just dropping in front there. Tilakani is the man out there. And he's in a strange... That ball ended up in a strange... I thought he was going to go more behind square with it. He almost brought the man at mid-wicket as opposed to hitting it down behind square. Once you beat that man at short square leg, you're pretty much in business there. Now it's signaled a wide.
Yeah, this one is clearly down the leg side. Looking to sweep this time was Benz. Not making any contact. It was there to play the shot.
Why the other way now? So talk about overcompensating. And this shouldn't be a little bit unusual to see a finger spinner have so much problems with his control. Down the wicket he goes, and again driving straight, which is good to see. A little bit of a bubble there, and that allows them to go back for that second run. Richie Richards not able to clean it up. Probably should have limited them to one.
This is better from Benz. He looked to go down the road. He took a few steps down the wicket, but this time he looked to hit straight rather than playing across the line, which we saw early on, and he got the top edge.
This time again, he's reaching for that one. Should get a second run. Again, there's some confusion, but what a return from out in the deep, right alongside the base of the stump, and almost effected the run out here. We're going to have a little break in proceedings. 96 for 3 after 24. The players will get some refreshments. Welcome back. As the players have been refreshed, the umpires also, and we're about to get to the business end now, where you would imagine that they would like to probably score upwards of maybe 7 runs and over the rest of the way. They have 11 overs from here, and Ronnie, I don't think they can afford to not aim for that many, if not more, the rest of the way. Almost every over has to be close to double figures.
Yeah, they need at least a boundary every over together with some singles, and desperately need that. And you're right, if they can manage 7 runs and over from now on, it will take them to a decent total that they would really look to defend. But at the moment, 96 for 3 in 24, probably looking at 150,
Yep.
which wouldn't be enough.
Edwards again hit hard down to long off, and they're gonna just get a single. But you can see the intent there from Binns. He just wants to bludgeon the ball. Really, these two have had it 30 so far. And, well played again, but light brown is in the way. That's better. Could he get some runs here? Might get a couple. And another well-judged couple of runs. Takes Scott now up to 28 to 99 for 3. One away from that century mark. Won't get it there. Just seem trying to get across the crease and maybe trying to just nibble it and run. Yeah, but he has to be careful. This is the prize wicket now. That's the man they want to get. They could see the back of him. The Leewards would be thrilled. And again, he's on the back foot trying to force it. But we'll have to settle for just a single. So the 100 is on the board. We're in over number 25. I think that's the end of the over. It should be anyway. So it is. So a little bit delayed, but it's the end of 25 overs. So it means they have 10 to go now. Scott is 29, 17 to Binns. It's exactly 100 for 3.
Yeah, the projected score 140, and they would be happy to get to that point, but they would want to get a lot more, probably 170 if they could, 170 plus if they could get there. But it will take something special from Scott here, and he would need some support. Ben seems like he wants to be aggressive. He wants to hit the ball out of the park, but I think it's a bit too early for him to be that aggressive. He can do that probably the last 5 overs, look to hit the ball out to the ground. But I think now, you're right when you say try to get 6-7 runs and over.
Again, very well played. Deliberately played over the head of the extra cover down to the extra cover boundary for 4. That's great batting again, anticipating well, Scott, and playing the shot to perfection.
But again, it's going over the offside. He's not trying to play across the line as we saw before. And in hitting it over the infield, he's picking up runs quite easily now.
Picked up another single here. Bringing that fielder down on the, sweeping on the point boundary into play. So he's finding ways to keep the scoreboard ticking. Over 5 runs off this over already.
And he's using the depth of the crease really well. He's getting full forward, looking to hit the ball down the ground, or getting back deep in the crease and looking to cut.
Yep, and doing well this time. He's going to get 1, but another day might have gotten a couple more also. But at least you could see that they kind of worked out how they're going about this accumulation of runs here to set some kind of a total so the bowlers could defend. Again, just nudge and run. That's very good cricket. Again, good response from Binns. He was alert this time. And in the end, they took a very comfortable single.
Yeah, that puts a lot of pressure on the fielders as well. That's when you get that little misfield happening, because they are aware that the batters are looking for that quick single.
And there's a good arm ball coming in. And you could see Binns on the back foot looking to punch it, possibly through the offside, but the ball followed him. And shorter, quicker delivery, flatter. And that one just ricochets off the knee. And what should have been one ended up being two. Very lazy and uncharacteristic there, but they will take it. It's 109 now for 3.
Yeah, with that misfield, you could see the keeper and the captain as well. Very disappointed. He knows that they need to keep things tight here. They're
Guess who it
allowing.
was?
What's that?
Light brown.
Well, he had a light moment there.
Yeah, the ball seems to follow him, you know.
Well, maybe it's following him because everyone likes to hear you call his name. They're enjoying you call his name.
Edwards was a nice little paddle. You might get a boundary. It's slowing down. I don't think it's going to get there, but they'll take 2 all the same. And Challenger can't prevent the second run. The Challenger is left-handed, and he's at that short, fine leg position. Again, powerfully driven, but can't get it through. No run. So Scott trying his best here to push his team. Short ball, pulled away nicely, into the gap it goes, and that's 4 runs to deep mid-wicket. Good foot movement there to buy a little time, getting onto the back foot and slapping it past the mid-wicket. And he never had a chance, and once it passed him, it had 4 runs written all over it.
Yeah, that's an excellent shot. Again, using the depth of the crease here is Scott. Just rocking back, that's slightly short, but he is quickly onto his back foot, making room for himself and pulling that one. And he didn't try to overhit it, he just tried to place it either side of that fielder, picked up 4 runs.
And again, he wants a quick single, and they're going to get that too. So, good rotation of strike here, good purposeful running between the wickets. Can he keep it going? This one is up in the air. That's gone a long way over the head of the long on fielder for 6 runs.
Well, it hit the lighting tower, the post of the lighting tower. So that's a good shot from Scott. And this is exactly what they needed. This is the acceleration we spoke about that they needed to do at this back end.
Actually, this was Binns.
Binns, we realized Binns was trying to hit the long ball for a while now.
Yeah.
And but that 6 moved him on to 26 from 23. So he has decided it's time to get move on and looking to find the boundaries.
Quicker delivery again. It has to be a plan because he's bowling that ball so quickly down the leg side. I almost feel like it's a stumping chance they're trying to execute here.
I think they're trying to surprise the batter with that full one, quicker one, but keeps pushing it down the leg side.
Very well played again, just opening the face of the bat. So that brings the over to an end. 124 for 3 now. So they're making good progress. 35 overs is the maximum. 27 going. 124 for 3.
Yeah, and that projected score jumped up to 161. And that would be excellent if they could get there. And if Scott can remain to the end, I think they're going to get 160 plus, probably 170. And the way Binns is going, he looks like he wants to find the boundary. And he's going hard at it. And if he picks up a couple more in terms of 6s, it's going to really look at changing that target, that total that they're going to get probably push it up to 170, 180. And if they can get there, that'd be an excellent total.
Jaquan Atenez. So nice spread field at 3 men on the onside on the boundary. Just a short square leg. Now they're bringing in the deep square leg. Well, the man who's just at square leg. The mid wicket is being pushed around. There's a long on, long off, and the man at point on the offside who has dropped back on the boundary. And down the wicket he comes, strokes it powerfully down to the long off fielder.
Seems like they're going to persist with this spin bowling. Haven't decided to bring the pace bowlers back. And the batters now seem to get accustomed with the spin bowling. They're being a bit more aggressive here now.
And pitched up nicely. We see another national security helicopter flying by.
They're looking for you, Ruskin.
Are they looking for me? Well, I'm right here. They should stop there. They probably just don't want to disrupt the cricket. There's another ball pitched up, driven nicely straight. 2 fielders converging. And again, the return is a good one. It's not the most accurate of returns, but it's an early return. And once you're able to do that, and it's light brown scampering across there to do the fielding. He was moving light on his feet. Oh, that's a good delivery. Right up. In fact, he went right across it. Probably it was too well up for him to play that shot. He probably should have undriven that. But he tried to somehow hit it behind square and missed it completely. Quicker delivery and stopped at that short fine leg. The short of the two. One is short square leg and the other one is short fine leg. But they flit with danger there because anything that gets in between the two of them or even is in the air beyond them, it might go for 4, if not 6. Yep. Opportunity now for Atenes to finish off here. Only his first over, quicker delivery, and an easy single that looked like it was easy at one time, but again the running is just a little bit casual at times, but they survive, and as the over come to an end, it's 129 for 3 now after 28.
Yeah, that's a good over, decent over. There's 5 runs coming over that over. That's a good over considering they're looking to accelerate on this back end of the innings. And Attorney is just going for 5. And it's a little windy out there now. As you can see, the conditions, it's changing a bit. It's getting a bit darker. Some dark clouds around, hoping that would stay away. But the umpire has just signaled the final power play, the last 7. And, well, it's going to be the fast bowler to come back on now. Looks like it's going to be Challenger.
Yeah, they have to, at some point, try and utilize their quicker bowlers. But it's kind of like a double-edged sword because the quicker bowlers can leak runs as well if they're not spot on with their lines and lengths. And even a mishit could still carry. So Jaheim Clark is back into the attack. Here he comes. That's one nicely played. Challenger is there, but the return is not. It took a little while again. He's traveling to his right. Remember, he's left-handed, and he's a tall man, so he has to go a long way down to pick up the ball and then rifle it in. And by the time Challenger completes all of that, well, actually, it's not Challenger out there. The one out there is Pemberton. they were back for the second run. Good running. Binns up in the air it goes. It might just elude the fielder running back from mid-off. He had to go a long way to his left, and that looks like it's the spinner Tilokani. And they were just able to get the single though. Tilokani did well. For a moment there, he looked like he was in business.
Clearly, Binns' chance in his arms here. He's decided that he has to be the one to look to be aggressive, to try and get the boundaries. And Scott, he has to bat to the end. He's 44 from 45. He has to bat straight to the end.
Short ball, that's played away nicely, and it's gone. 6 runs. Beautifully played. It was a short ball, and Scott was into his wicket, and that's his half century. What a way to bring up a 50 here, a pull shot over square leg, and he's exactly 50 from 46. It's 138 for 3.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot, but it's really not a good short ball. It's just above waist height, chest height short ball where it's easy for the batter just to stand there and swivel on that one. He pulled it nicely. He's set. He's there on 50. So after 46 deliveries, so he has assessed the pace of the wicket. So that's easy for him to hit over that mid-wicket boundary.
Let's see what he tries again. And he's pushing this one back along the wicket. And you can see Tulakani comes sliding in to intercept that one. So there's the young man signaling to the Jamaican contingent. Right below us here. 50.
Seems like Clark wasn't ready for that one.
No, again, they have to figure out ways how they're going to keep this scoreboard ticking over. And they're going to probably, at some point, as you said, if Scott can bat through, then this is the man who has to probably chance his arm a little bit more. Binns. And there he goes, going right across that one. Going to have to hurry. If he hits, he might have been out, but he misses. Good effort. All the same there from Clark.
Yeah, that's an excellent effort from Clark. It was an opportunity, and he did the right thing. He was never looking to hit the striker's end where Scott was running to. He knew he had to go for the non-striker's end because Binns was slow to get off. He was late in terms of going for that single, and had he hit, I think definitely Binns would have been out.
Scott keeps leaning over. He knows he's in some discomfort there with that bad back of his. He's on 51. And that's a beauty right up in the block hole, but probably just missing leg stump. So you can imagine your back is hurting you, now your instep is hurting you. And you're in the wars.
Yeah, he is in the wars, but he's doing a job for his team, which is what is required. Taking them up to a very good total, projected to 169. They would love to get more than that, but if Scott continues the way he's batting and he's ably supported by Binns is on 33 from 30 deliveries. If he could get a few more boundaries, I think they're going to get up closer to that 180 mark, which definitely would give them an opportunity. Remember, they got 210 from their 50 overs in the previous match. So they are capable of getting big runs, but remember, it's truncated. It's just 35 overs, so they need to go a bit quicker than they have been previously.
Especially the middle and lower order. There's somehow somebody or somebodies, because they had a big partnership for the 7th wicket. Here, the 4th wicket is putting together some good resistance here, and they're adding quality runs. 140 for 329 overs. The current run rate is 4.83. And Atenez is going to continue. This one is lifted, but it doesn't have the legs, does it? Yes, it does. Just enough to take it over the head of the long-on fielder. Tilokani thought he was in business, and then just looked up and just watched the ball sailing over his head and over the fence.
Yeah, Benz, from the moment he played that shot, he knew he got enough on it. He knew it was 6 runs. He just hit that ball and he stood there. He stood there and looked at it, admired as it go all the way to the boundary. So that's excellent from him.
Jamaica cooking here now at boundary, a 6 off the first ball. And again, but he could be out caught, and he is. Well, he hit it straight down the throat of the man at that mid-off position, so he has to go for 39 from 31 balls.
Yeah, an excellent inning from him, 89 runs as you mentioned. But again, looking to be aggressive, but he took a few steps down the pitch. I think he got a bit too close to that delivery and trying to hit down the ground. Just open the face of the bat a bit, and it squirted to that fielder at extra cover in the circle. And he has to go, but a very good knock from him. He is disappointed, but he has done an excellent job in building a partnership with Scott to get them into a very good position at the moment.
So Atenes, after being struck for 6 of the first ball of the over, struck right back with the very next ball and got his man. Ryan Littleton is the new batter.
So this is very good for Atenes in terms of picking up that wicket, breaking that partnership. Partnership was looking very dangerous here for the Jamaicans. In Benz ably supporting Scott, who is reached on to 50. It's a 51 from 48 deliveries, and doing exactly what is needed by him for his team. But it's going to be a job here for Ryan Littleton.
Easily off the mark, and you have to settle for that one. The other thing that I was looking at here, Ronnie, the cutoff time is what, 2:42? Yeah. And you look at the time now, it's already what, almost 1:30, and they still have 5 overs after this to get in. And that's a good delivery. A little bit of bonks there, and taking it past the outside edge. So that's the other consideration here. If at 2:42, they may not get all 35 overs in. Quicker delivery down the leg side again, so that's a wide. Once more, umpire does a little shimmy, as if to let the scorers know. And that's played nicely into the gap, but there is cover out on the boundary, and they're going to go the one short. Initially, the umpire was signaling one short, and that's a cardinal sin there. And you could see Scott very annoyed.
Yeah, he is disappointed because it's his fault. It's his mistake. He's the one who didn't ground his bat properly at the non-striker's end. And looking for that second run, looking to get back on strike, which is good. But you have to ensure that you ground your bat.
And again, this time he's going to get a boundary here. That one is going to run down the hill. I don't think the fielder is going to get to it. And that's very well played. He just kind of backed away from it, allowed the ball to come to him, and placed it nicely. Edwards was after it, but he couldn't get there. So 153 now for 4, and Scott is on to 56.
So the projected score keep climbing. It's now to 179. So I think they're going to get to probably 170, 180. That would be an excellent score for them, but it seems like they're going to push it even more.
Yeah, because look there, it's 231. So they're going to have, they have 5 overs. They have under 12 minutes. to get to finish these 5 overs.
Well, they're definitely going to get at least 2 of them in.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to the umpires now. How long are they going to allow the time for them to bowl the extra 3 overs and then probably cut the interval time?
See how they do. Challenger is back into the attack, and this one is hit a little bit awkward and uppishly, Littleton past the bowler. But he did his job, which is to get Scott on strike as early as possible. And he just needed 1 ball in the over to do so. So Scott with a bad back, a sore instep, and but he looked the part. Another single down to long on this time. Again, not happy because he made decent contact. He just didn't play it well. He just threw the bat at it.
Had he placed a bit squarer, surely would have picked up at least 2 runs. Probably a boundary. Probably just trying to hit it a bit too hard. He's probably also tired. He's been there for a while. So all these factors played into the shot not being the way he wants to.
And again, another big booming drive, but putting it down to deep mid wicket. Just forward of square, but the return from the deep is a good one, so they just take the single, and that will bring Scott back on strike. He's 57 from 52. A Littleton 3 from 3. He's at the non-strikers end. It's 156 for 4. In the air it goes. The man is coming in, and this time he holds on to it, and that's Atanez out there. So a good innings comes to a close. 57 it is to Scott.
And when you could see the celebration from the captain there, he knows how important that wicket is in terms of restricting the scoring rate. Scott was looking very good, and he is looking to accelerate in this last few overs. But with that wicket now, could the Leeward Islands just pull things back a bit, try to curtail the runs, bring the run rate back down, try to restrict them from probably, a projected score of probably 180, probably see if they could keep them down to probably 170, if possible.
So Joel Williams is the new batsman. Williams, another popular name for former Jamaican cricketers. So these are all like sons and nephews of former national stars for the Jamaican contingent. So, but a crucial wicket there for Challenger. The trick worked. He came back and picked up a wicket almost immediately in his first over back of a new spell. And good delivery again, forcing the batsman to Williams to do a little skip and a jump.
And he was looking to pull that initially, and then ended up on the back foot, just punching it straight back to the bowler. So he had changed his mind and probably rushed onto him a bit quicker than he expected. Lucky for him, it just went to ground.
Got a little bit of lift as well. And that's well played. Pushes it back on the onside of the wicket. They might go back for a second. They decide against it. Good decision too. The return is a good one. And it strikes the stumps. But the bat was well grounded. So that ends the over. Good over of a new spell there from Challenger. He has 1 for 21 now from 5. It's 157 for 5.
Yeah, and it's 2 new batters at the crease, Littleton and Williams. So it's going to take a bit for them to get going. They're not going to be able, or they'll try to, but they're not going to be able. It's going to be difficult for them to get going right away, try to get the boundaries, or try to hit the ball out of the park. So it's going to be a bit difficult, but they can't afford to spare too many dot balls at this stage of the game. Just 4 overs remaining, and they'll want to maximize every single delivery to take them up to that 180 mark that they're looking for.
Yeah, they're really in a race against time here. It's 2:36 now, so they have 6 minutes, and they still have 4 overs to go. They may or may not get, well, certainly not in that time. They won't get the 4 overs in. If they get 2, they would have done well, because they're not bowling the spinners now. They're bowling the quicker bowlers. And Richards is back into the attack now. Richards, who took that catch to dismiss Binns. And big hee-ho there from Williams, but ball doesn't go very far. Trickles off the square. And how often have you seen that? The batsman plays this big, expansive drive, and the ball trickles a couple of meters away from the bat. But they get 1 all the same. Williams up to 2 from 3, and Littleton, who has 3 from his 3 balls faced, is back on strike, and I think someone of these two are going to have to do something special. This one is in the air. There's a short, fine leg. Going back, takes a very well judged catch in the end. And that's brilliant work there from Pemberton. Xavier Pemberton running back and judged this very well indeed. He got turned around a little bit, but he regained his balance and took a very, very well judged catch in the end.
Yeah, that was an excellent catch. It's difficult to have to turn and run back, watching the ball over his shoulder. And he realized he made the ground up very quickly in getting back. And he had enough time to just turn forward a bit slightly and take an easy catch in the end. But it's not easy. He did the hard work initially in turning around and running back to get under it. And once he had done that, it was easy just to settle under it and take the catch. But again, another batter perishes, trying to get a move on, trying to hit the ball out of the ground. And it's that stage of the innings where they do have to. But they have lost 6 wickets now. And you really don't want to give your hand away. Still have 3.4 overs remaining. And you don't want to risk that opportunity of getting bowled out as well.
So Richardson is the new batsman. We'll see how he goes, but they all seem to want to just come and put bat to ball. It doesn't really matter to them. It's about runs at the moment. Richards, this one is hit in the air. There's a man at long off, and he, again, Light Brown doesn't really seem as if he was too interested in coming forward to take that, but that ball was in the air for a long time, and he had a good sight of it. Surprised he didn't really fly in there and try to make it into a catch.
Yeah, he took that one very lightly there and not trying to get around. He should have been, as you said, racing around to try and get there. That should have been a catch because it had enough time. It was in the air for a while, and they would be disappointed in that.
And the big thing, it's a no ball. Well, the last thing you need at this point is a no ball, because that's a free hit. And, so you just gift them a run and the potential for more.
Yeah, and it's a new batter, so it's an opportunity for the new batter to free his arms here and try to get some easy runs, some free runs, as you would say. But this is not good from Richards here.
That's well played in the end. A little bit awkwardly, they might come back for a second run, and again, they're going to get two. But for some strange reason, the fielders out in the deep seem to think that, it's almost 2 runs and they're just not prepared to attack the ball with any real venom to try and limit them to one, maybe even effect a run out. Or just as we saw earlier with Brown, to attack the ball and try to turn it into a catch. Because these are invaluable runs being scored here in the dregs. Could prove crucial. Not a swing and a miss. So the sun is out. It's back with us, which is pretty good. A few dark clouds hanging around, maybe just overhead, but no threat of rain. And it looks like we might just get the rest of the day, might get to play the rest of the day. So it's 2:42 now. So this was the original cutoff time for 35 overs. That's very well played. He just pushed that one into the gap, down to the wideish, long off position, and Tilokani is out there, but 2 more, all the same. So 164 now for 6 after 32 overs.
It seems like they're going to get the 2 overs, well, the 3 overs in. It's going to be 3 overs to get at 35, so they are going to look at bowling those 3 overs and probably just cut the interval. Instead of 25 overs, probably cut it down by 10 to 15. But this is good to see that the umpires is allowing that little extra time to get the overs in, to get a proper game in. And this is good. Sometimes you see the umpires would be, okay, it's time, we need to cut it off, and that's it. 2 overs remaining and they are finished. But give credit to the umpires here. They're doing what is right for the benefit of the game.
Yeah, Lyndon Rajkumar, this one is played down. He was trying to hit that somewhere else. Luckily, it ended up down to Brown on the 3rd man boundary. And they got a single leg by. So challenger, 1 for 21. He's in his 6th over. Remember, the Leeward Islands won the toss and opted to field first. And they've done a good job. Jamaica just trying to finish up strong here. And that's an almighty hee-ho there. It might help if he kept his eyes on the ball. But he was swinging for the fences, probably trying to hit that on the highway there.
Well, that's what you're going to get from these low order batters. They're just going to swing pretty much as hard as they can. If they got any bat on it, it's going to fly away for runs, if not boundaries. Maybe that's what is required at this stage.
Pitched up, turned away, he could be out court, and it's very well judged again. And Telekani, never far from the action, takes a nice catch. As you could see, this was Williams trying to turn it through the onside and succeeded only in picking out the man at that mid-wicket position. And he has to go.
Yeah, that's a good wicket there by the bowler.
That's challenger again, picking up his 2nd wicket.
And he has bowled well. He bowled well in his first spell, and he has backed it up in his 2nd spell now, coming back to finish the innings. He picked up a wicket in his first over back, and he's picked up another in this over. And he hasn't gone for much runs, so it shows.
And the new man at the crease has a world-famous name, Andrew Lloyd. You just don't have the Weber at the end. So the Leeward Islands probably trying to get through this without too much damage at the dregs here. This one is played off the edge down to Brown, and he threatens the return, but the wicketkeeper encouraged him to release the ball. So 166 now for 7. So both batsmen on 1. Richardson, Giovanni Richardson is on strike. And again, can't get it away. So good, excellent bowling from Challenger, keeping things very tight indeed. 166 for 7 now after 33.
Yeah, that's another excellent over from Challenger. Picking up that wicket as well. And it's exactly what you want your mean fast bowlers to come back and do in the death overs. Just pull things back, make it difficult, not allow the batters to score easily and pick up wickets in the end. Remember, when you pick up wickets, always cause a new batter now to take a few deliveries to get themselves set. And that will start to pull the run rate back down. We saw the run rate was going upwards, almost to 6 runs from the over, while Scott and Benz was there. But now with that, both of them back in the hut as well as another, they have picked up 3 quick wickets, and they have begun to pull that run rate back down, which will make it easier for them.
So both batsmen on 1 here now. Richards. And that's a wide. Richards has to be careful here. You don't want to give too many easy runs down in the dregs, you know. These runs are this is already a good total. You don't want to allow the Jamaicans to pad it even more. 167 for 7. And that's a good delivery, much better.
That one seemed to keep a bit low as it went through to the keeper. But Richards just has to be careful. Just has to be a bit straighter. I think that's what he needs to do. Bring that LBW, that ball into play. It's the lower order batter. You know, most of them may not be as technically sound as the others, as the middle and upper order, top order.
Again, trying to go across it, but starting on the leg stump, outside leg stump, always going to be called a wide.
The idea is right, trying to get it a bit straighter, but just going too much down the leg side. And as I said, that is where you want to be, especially to the lower order. You want them to play across the line, and that will be their general tendency.
But look at where he has a fine leg in the circle. If that ball deflects there at all and misses him, it's 4 runs or 4 leg byes at least. And again, and just as we were talking, and it goes into the boundary at fine leg, and it's 4 runs, so he did get a deflection on it. So you're flirting with danger there every time.
Well, you called it, Ruskin. You said that if it's in that area, he's going to pick him off. And all he has to do is beat that fielder at that short fine leg. And it's going to race away for 4. And just as you said, just so it happened. So he's trying to keep it straight, but a bit too straight, a bit too much down the leg side. He has to keep it on that middle and off line.
Andrew Lloyd Webber again pushes it on, has to hurry, and will get there in the end. Nice bit of fielding, but couldn't effect the run out. But good running between the wickets, so he wasn't going to hit a boundary, Lloyd, so he decided, hey, the single is always on. Nothing Martinez could do about that.
It's not bad. He picked up that boundary. That's 7 runs off the over as well.
And not able to put this one away, but again, they must be thinking, even if you can't hit it, block and run. You know, look at how much space there is on either side of the wicket. Just drop it at your feet and take off. chances are you will get to the non-strikers end, and your partner will get to the strikers end once he's backing up properly. And that's well played. This is more like it. Just push it and run. No need to take too many risks or to absorb too many dot balls.
Well, the batters seem to be listening to you, Ruskin. Everything you see, they are doing it at the moment. You tell them to work the ball, fine. If it's streeter, they're going to pick up boundary, they did. You tell them just push it into the offside or the onside, pick up a easy single, which they're doing. So they are listening to you. Are you wired to the batters?
I have no idea, but this one is played down to long on. They go for one. They might squeeze a second. They're going for it. This could be dangerous. And just making it. Now, if the ball was caught by the bowler, he might have been able to effect the run out. A lot of confusion there between the two batsmen. One said no, the other one said yes. Then they decided to go. But eventually they made it, and they got the second run. 176 for 7 now at the end of over number 34. 1 to go.
Yeah, that's excellent point. They're looking to put the bowler under pressure, but the bowler actually was the one under pressure. Mm-hmm. And I think you're right. Had he collected that, I think the batter would have been short because he was late to come back for the second. The non-striker had called him early for that second, but he was a bit late to come back. And I think he would have been short. Good piece of field in the air by Light Brown.
Yep.
And but
good return too.
Yes, good return. And the bowler was just a bit unable to catch the ball and effect the run out.
So Richardson it is. And he's going for the big one, but they will take the single. There's again a thought of a possible second. They got away with it just now, so they might be inclined to want to go for it. But this is the final over, so it doesn't matter now. You take what you get from this over, and the more you get, the happier you are. 177 for 7 now. All the 7s up there. And he's bowled him neck and crop. He was trying to play it on the onside and he lost his off stump. Bowled all over the shop. And wonderful delivery. Challenger getting his third.
And again, Challenger looking to hit the top of off. That's where you want to be. Straight, trying to hit the top of off, especially to the low order batsman. They would be looking to play across the line. As soon as they see it either full or slightly short, they are going to play across the line. And in doing that, being across the line, he missed it completely and the off stump was knocked out of the ground. But again, credit to Challenger in keeping the ball it's not too full, but just back of a leg, just hitting the top of that off stump. And that's where you want to be. Excellent bowling from him. He started over well when looking for that Yorker, and he has continued picking up that wicket now. He has excellent figures, 3, 4, 23, and he could still pick up a couple more.
Yep. If he can find that line, that proper line. So Adrian Silvera is the new batsman. 177 for 8 now. And Jamaica really recovered nicely, and they found a way, let's put it that way. Hasn't always been pretty, but they found a way to get to 177. We're in the 35th and final over. And play and a miss, well bowled again. Didn't miss by much.
Yeah, that's excellent stuff from Challenger here. And the batter, he's really looking to hit the ball out of the park, but probably would have been suited to just look to push the ball around. That's a dot ball. That's a valuable dot ball. You don't want to give away these dot balls in this latter stage, the final over.
And again, this time they're going to get this single. Not much Athenaeus could do about that. So, but there'll be a no ball. Well, at this stage, you don't want to be giving away and giving free hits It's a no ball. They got a single. Now they have a free hit. So yeah, you're selling arms, as they say. You're just gifting runs.
Yeah, that's not good. It's not good at all from Challenger here in this final over.
This was a hit in the air that could run close to the boundaries, 4 runs. So that's the free hit. So in essence, that one legitimate delivery cost them 6 runs.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want at this stage. Take full advantage of that free hit. Didn't go in the direction he wanted to. He was looking to hit it down the ground. Took the outer half of the bat, but it went wide enough of that field.
You know the type of bats they're using these days. So, and the bats are so expensive, you have to use the edge because you're paying for it. And again, and they stifled appeal, but not out, says the umpire. Leg by. They all count here now. At this stage, you want to score off every delivery. 184 for 8. 1 ball, 1 legitimate delivery left. And this has been a wonderful batting display from the Jamaicans. And again, they went to the break after 7.4 overs. That's 32 for no loss. And they quickly slipped to 48 for 3. In fact, it was 67 for 3 rather. Here's a final delivery. And that one is hit through mid-wicket. That could go close to the boundary as well. And it's going to be cut off. They will probably think of a third. Then they decide against it. And luckily the throw was to the wrong end. One would have to say, went to the non-striker's end. And the man was trying to sprint up to the end. So Silvera remains at 3 not out. 7 to Richardson. They end on 186 rather, for 8. And I would imagine, Ronnie, they'll be happy with that because that represents a good fighting total there. The bowlers have more than enough runs to play with.
Yeah, definitely. That's a very good total. Remember, it's 35 overs, and honestly, at one point in time, they were not looking at getting anywhere close to 150. But that wonderful partnership between Scott and Benz really took the game away from the Leeward Islands, and they scored very quickly in that partnership, and that gave them the impetus that was required for the back end, where the lower order, middle and lower order could come in and express themselves. And they got to a very good total of 186. We were seeing this. If they could get to about 180, that would be really good. Mm-hmm. So they got above that. So we are trying to say they above par, which is a very challenging total. And the wicket, we see start to play a bit up and down. So maybe that's something, again, the bowlers would be looking forward to. It's just a matter of keeping it straight. Bowling tight line and length, and I think they are in a good position here in Jamaica.
Well, it is exactly 3 o'clock, and so this is going to be the innings break. But once again, after they were put into bat by the Leeward Islands, Jamaica mustered 186 for 8 in 35 overs after the rain had robbed us of close to 2 hours of play. But they were able to come back and put a good effort on the board. 186 for 8, punctuated by that gutsy 57 from DeMarco Scott. And Binns also chipped in with 39, 24 to Hall. And so they were the principal scorers. And 3 for 31 to Challenger, 2 for 19 for Tilakani, as they shared 5 wickets between them. So now it's up to the Jamaican bowlers, or is it up to the Leeward Islands batters? Something's got to give. And as soon as they're ready for their reply, they need 187 for a victory. We'll be back with their run chase. Thank you very much as we welcome you back here to the National Cricket Centre. Bright, sunny National Cricket Centre, I might add. The Leeward Islands are getting ready to start their reply, and they are chasing a revised total of 197 for victory under the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern system. Remember, the Jamaicans posted 186 for 8, thanks to their captain Scott getting 57, and Bin chipped in with 39. And of course, bowling for the Leeward Islands, Challenger had 3 for 31, Tilokani had 2 for 19. And so it's game on here, as we say, because I would imagine Jamaica must be feeling pretty good about themselves after posting such a good total.
Yeah, definitely they would. They would be happy with that total, and with the Duckworth-Lewis Scott method coming into play, just pushing it up a few runs more to 196, they would be really happy. But it's now, they have to put that aside, and it's now for the bowlers to execute. Yeah, they have a decent total, a good total, I should say, in which to defend. But they have to put the ball in the right areas. They have to pick wickets consistently. Remember, the top order for the Leeward Islands has been very good. The captain in particular in the top.
Edwards immediately is off the mark. And trying, of course, to put something on the board here quickly. Or rather, Tanis Francis is off the mark. I keep missing the 1.
Yes. It's 124. Yes, so he has done a really good job. He has always gotten them off to a very good start. And if he continues, then it would be a bit difficult for the Jamaican team. But they need to pick wickets early, peg them back early, and remove that top order.
And immediately, again, Amari Jones doing the smart thing, just keeping the scoreboard ticking over.
The top order have been scoring pretty heavily for the Leeward Islands. So that in the first match that rained out, the top order went pretty early and they struggled a bit. Had one decent partnership that really flourished and got them to a decent total. But the top order have been really good for them. And that's where the Jamaicans have to make an impact.
Silvera again, they think for a quick single, but it's not there. Coming sprinting in there is Littleton, and forcing them to change their minds there, which in the end was a good call, because I'm not sure if Jones would have made it down to the striker's end. Now he's right back on at the edge of the circle, but he's attacking the ball. And hence the reason why he arrived so quickly, closed down their distance quite fast. And again, Silvera just on the legs, and turned away nicely by Francis. He goes to 2 now, and Jones is back on strike. He's on 1.
This is excellent from them. And just rotating the strike and trying to score at a runner ball. They don't need to do anything rash. It's not a huge total. The required run is just 5.6, which is very gettable. But they need to keep rotating the strike.
And that's a wide, so they're going to take that and smile. And that's the one thing Silvera and company don't want to do, is to start spraying the ball around, because you get punished, not just from the batsman, but from the rules. And the umpires, once they start to flap their wings like that, it means it's just additional runs and additional balls that you have to bowl. And that one kept a little bit low. We saw a couple of those in the Jamaica innings, what you want to do as a bowler is try to get those happening on the stumps.
Yeah, we saw that with Challenger to the end in the last couple of overs, a couple of deliveries, just keeping low. But you're right, it was bowled outside the off stump in that channel, and you need to keep them straight. That's when you're more effective. And it keeps low. It's difficult for the batters to get their bat down on time.
Silvera again pushes up, and they immediately, well, I shouldn't say immediately, it was a little bit of a delayed reaction. They wanted to see if the fielder was going to stop it. He put in a big dive, but in the end, it wasn't enough, but they were still able to get 2 runs.
Yeah, that's good batting in terms of looking to place the ball into gap. He didn't try to hit that one very hard to get the boundary. He was just looking to put it in the gap, pick up runs, rotate strike. And the fielder did well, got a hunt it, but you're right in what you said. They waited for that misfield, then they were able to capitalize and get 2 runs quite easily in the end. And that takes the total to 6. And remember, it's 6 runs is fine. That's all they required. It's 5.6 runs per over. So we had 6-7 runs quite easily in the end. Remember, the odd ball, the odd boundary is going to take it even higher up. So this is good from the Leeward Islands. They just need to take their time here, build a partnership, build a platform. And if need be, in the end, they need 6-7 runs in the last 5-6 overs. They can get that quite easily once you have wickets inside. And that's why the opening pair, this partnership is really critical in terms of their building that platform to launch at the end.
Well, it's going to be Ryan Littleton. And that one is clipped away down behind square it goes. It's going to run close to the boundary. It may not get there. A good combination fielding out there. 2 fielders were after it. A nice full toss on the pads. And just turned away nicely there by Francis. But good, excellent fielding coming across and stopping the ball. First up was Singh. Ramnaresh Singh, and then the fielding completed. And that's a no ball. Well, and that's going to be a free hit, so they're getting a free hit early. Opportunity to stretch your arms there.
Yeah, well, they can't afford to give away those sort of easy runs. That's well over the batter's head. He did well. He watched it all the way. That's the important thing. But again, that's dangerous bowling. So I'm sure he's gonna get a warning from the umpire with that delivery.
And that one is cracked away. This one is gonna run closer to the ball. In fact, it's gonna go for 4. And he tried again. And he might have pulled a muscle trying to get down there. That's double jeopardy there, so to speak, because the last time they did it very well in the end. And on this occasion, trying to pull that one back, just pulling up, that's Bins. And he might have done a hamstring there or something. And that is not good news for Jamaica. It's not the perfect start for them. And it certainly allows the Leeward Islands to feast a little bit. They're already up to 13 without loss, and they've only faced, 8 legal deliveries.
Yeah, but it's not a good sight to see the fielder. He's definitely in a lot of pain. You could see he's down there, and that's really not a good sight. Well, the substitute fielder has come in for him. The good thing about it is he fell over outside of the boundary, so he can get treatment while the game continues.
Let him stay there one time, but don't move. You rest there. And there were a couple of his teammates, as well as the physio, is out there to assist him. And hopefully it won't be too bad. More runs. That's a good shot again. And they're going to go back a little bubble in the field, and they're taking full advantage. That's good running, good aggressive running.
And the key to that is running the first one hard. And they were able to turn and look. As soon as they saw that bubble, they were able to just come back quickly for that second. So that's what they need to do. Look for the run. Keep looking. Looking for that extra run. Again, another quick single. Just stabbed into the offside. And quickly they are off. That shows good understanding between the pair. In terms of the call, it's clear, it's concise, and they're trusting each other in terms of the calls, and that's why they're able to get through for those singles quite easily in the end.
Yeah, and it's good. They're not putting any pace on the ball, so the fielders have to try to attack the ball, and that gives them ample time to complete the transition from one end to the next. And it looked like Binns is limping off on the far side. Not a good sight at all if you're a Jamaican. There's one striking him on the pad. There's a loud appeal. He's out. Coming right across there was Jones, and struck on the pad. He probably played across the ball slightly, and he goes. So that's the early wicket that the Jamaicans were craving. And Jones goes for 3, LBW to Littleton, and this is a real mixed over, because Littleton was all over the place, and now he gets a wicket to crown it all off.
Yeah, you can see from that replay, just walking across the stumps was Jones, and looking to play around the pads, play it into the onside, just again looking to just tuck it into the onside to get an easy single. But in walking across, playing around the pad, that's the cardinal sin. You can't afford to miss those deliveries. And it seems that Littleton was bowling pretty straight. And he did bowl that one straight. It hit him on the pads. The umpire had a slight little think about it and then raised that finger. And Jones had to go.
Yeah, so it's 16 for 1. And we're only in the second over. We're only in the second over. And 16 for 1, so they're off to a pretty good start. When you consider the number, the thing is they've lost this early wicket now.
But I think they wouldn't mind. Yes, losing an early wicket is not good, but the captain is still there. That's important for them, and he's the one generally gets them off to a good start. And he would want to continue. He needs to bat long, as well as Tilakani. He is their leading run scorer in that two-day that recently concluded Tudor. Yeah,
he's the leading wicket taker
and
the leading run scorer.
Yeah. 200 odd runs. So he is in good form.
And immediately, again, they're not trying to hit it too hard. They're just placing it into the gaps and taking off for a single. So he's immediately off the mark, and it's 17 now for 1.
Yeah, an expensive over there by Littleton, but the key factor is that he did pick up a wicket. And you're right, he was all over the shop. Short ball, wide ball, full deliveries, beamer, but eventually he did bowl that wicket-taking delivery, which he got the wicket of Jones. But still, 11 runs coming off the over, and that's not good. They want to try and reduce that scoring rate, keep the runs down. And if the Leeward Irons could get off to a good start here, it would be easier for them in that middle overs, that middle phase.
So 2 overs completed, 17 for 1. And again, they're thinking of a single, but it's not there. And a little bit of a confusion there at the non-strikers end. The return was a low one. And 3 players there, including the bowler, Adrian Silvera.
There was a bit of collision between the two fielders, but it seems to be okay.
It's sure Binns would have loved to been out there, but he limped off. And this time they try again, but Littleton is right there in the way, so can't get a run. And cricket really is a strange old game, you know. Based on that over that Littleton bowled there, no way you'll see him getting a wicket, but he's the one who got the wicket. Think of that, you know.
And
Because nothing he did before that suggested that he will get a wicket.
And you think being so expensive as well, he might have, the captain will think about taking him off.
Yep.
But
No, you're almost compelled to bowl him. That's well played again, but can't get it through. And again, you're doing that. This is the one. Tilokani cannot afford to put pressure on Francis, to make Francis feel every time he comes on strike, he has to do the bulk of the scoring. So they just need to keep the rotation going. Jamaica, though, they've set a pretty decent field. They have players attacking the ball. The man at extra cover, the captain, or rather the man at extra cover is closing. And so he's already not too far from the wicket. And then the others at point is also attacking the ball, Littleton. So they strategically place those players there for precisely that, to probably effect a run out. If you look at him here, he's starting at the very edge of the yard line. Similarly, the man just behind square to the right of the umpire, there is a fine leg as well. But they attack the ball so well. And that's another wide delivery. Silvera getting away with it. So still a fair way to go, but they're off to a good start. They need 180 more runs. Try to figure out how you get in these 180 runs. So you deviate up among yourselves. If you get 20 and I get 25, and you try to work it on, and this is helped along nicely. That's a good shot, and it's going to go for 4. Despite a valiant effort there, trying to cut it off at fine leg, the ball rushes away over the line, and it goes in for 4. And despite that Singh, that's Ramnaree Singh trying his best there, but to no avail. 4 more to the score. It's up to 21 now for 1 after 3.
yeah, bowled a very good over up to that point. That last delivery, just strain a bit down the leg side, and Tilakani just helping the ball fine. Remember, there's that fielder at that deep square leg, that deep fine leg boundary. It's a bit wider, and he got it fine enough just to beat that fielder. But using the pace of the bowler there, that was the key, and it allowed him to pick up 4 runs.
Littleton again, and once again the running is superb.
And the thing about it, there was a slight misfield, and they were looking for the second. The fielder recovered quite nicely in the end, but again, the running, they were looking for that second. They're looking for any slight miss, any slight bubble in the field where they can get that second run. Put the pressure on the fielders, and that's when you'll create that opportunity for the second.
Another full toss, smashed away through mid-wicket it goes, and they're going to get too comfortably.
I think he would have been disappointed there. He should have put that one away. It was a full toss, just about knee height, and he got enough bat on it, but probably was looking for more power and placement, and just ended up turning the bat in his hand and not getting the power that was required. But again, 2 runs quite easily in the end.
And there's a big gap there at mid-wicket. The man is at square leg, and that's played into the gap again for another easy single.
Yeah, and that was an issue we saw in the Jamaican innings, where they weren't unable to rotate the strike as much as possible early on in their inning. And we can see it here now where it's quite easy for the Leeward Island batters. Just push it in the gap, get easy singles. And that creates pressure on the bowling team.
That's one kept very low again, and they're just pushing and running. And despite the best efforts of the fielders, they cannot prevent them from completing another well-judged single in the end.
And again, it comes back to the point that you made. They're pushing it into the gaps, yes, but they're pushing it either side of the fielders and with not much power. They're just using the pace of the bowler. So the fielder has to run in to get the ball initially.
This is another one pushed back along the wicket. But the key here is probably not to lose. Well, I suppose you could say in your 10 overs, or in your power play overs, right now, 7, you probably might make the allowance for a wicket or possibly 2 at most. You don't want to lose a 3rd wicket in the power play. But if you could score quickly and maybe just lose 1, possibly 2, you're in business. 26 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, and they're going along nicely, over 6 runs per over, 6.5 runs per over. So this is exactly what they wanted. Despite, as you mentioned, losing that wicket, they're still able to score over 6. So they're taking full advantage of this power play, the 7 overs of power play. And that's what you want. When you do that now, you put the pressure back onto the bowlers because they know they need to pick wickets. They need to restrict the run rate. But when you know, and they're doing it quite easily, without risk, without going over the top.
And this one is played into the gap, and the man at fine leg is coming, and they're going back for the 2nd run. Just a little bubble, and that's all that they need. And Danza Hyatt Jr., once he bubbled it, they were able to scamper a 2nd quite confidently in the end. So 15 now to Francis. Tilokani is on 8. So Francis is 15 from 11. Tilokani is also 8 from 11.
Again, as mentioned before, that's Francis. That's its rule. He generally gets them off to a good start. And once he does that, it's easier for the middle and lower order.
And again, he was offering the single, but that would have been risky business there. Littleton is right there, just almost baiting them to go for the single.
Yeah, Littleton seems to be a really good fielder, especially in that backward point area. You generally will have your best fielders in that area, and he is there and he's doing really good. He almost created an opportunity for a run out. He's preventing them from going for those quick singles. That shows how good he is there.
And this time they're going to scamper the single. And once again, there's a little bubble in the field. That's all they need. And they're able to complete the single quite confidently.
Yeah, the cover fielder, he was a bit deeper on the circle, on the 30-yard circle. So it was easier for them to get through for that single. And with the bubble that you mentioned, they made it quite easily in the end. But again, that's what he said. Putting pressure on the fielders, you will create that opportunity for them to misfield.
Yeah, and he's kind of like the backup because the other two are attacking in the circle. He is the one who comes late, as is the case here. The other two will try to attack it first up once it's in their zone, and he is kind of like the sweeper behind them. So they've kind of worked out how they're going to manage the outfield, and they kind of deviate up into their little zones, and you're responsible for that zone. You know, and it's kind of staggered. And this time they're turning it away. They go for the single, and for a moment there they were a little bit hesitant as the fielder was closing in on it at square leg, but able to complete the single yet again. Another bubble in the field.
partnership grows here. These two look really comfortable at the crease, and it's risk-free scoring at the moment. They're not looking to go over the top, looking for the big shots.
This is the wicket that they want. Francis playing a little bit away from his body there. The ball hitting the inner portion of the bat, probably jumped over the stump, but he was able to scamper. Good call again from Tilokani to get him off strike, or at least to get him to single, and they're able to complete the single. So that over comes to an end. 31 for 1 at the end of it.
Yeah, and they continue to score over 6 runs per over in this power play. 2 more overs in the power play. Remember, the power play is just the first power play is 7 overs because of the restricted overs, and the overs being restricted to 35, and they're taking full advantage here. After 7 overs, the Jamaicans, they were 32, I believe, around there.
After here's a delivery again, but you could see him just opening the face of the bat, trying to score off of it, although it kept very low. He was on top of it, played the ball. After 5 overs, just a comparison, they were 24 without loss.
So they're well ahead. Just losing that 1 wicket, but still well ahead in terms of the runs.
And this one is hit. That's a good shot. It's in the gap. The man at mid-on, Danza Hyatt, has some work to do, but they only got a single.
Yeah, I thought they would have been able to come through for a second, because it wasn't hit, wasn't timed well. Wasn't timed as well. But they were still unable to come back for the second. So you have to give credit to Danzel Hyatt Jr. there. He did well to come around to prevent any chance of a second.
That's a good delivery, and the hands go up, but no appeal really. Beating the outside edge. And really, when you think Littleton is a real mixed bag, you know, because he bowled a full toss on the pads, got away with it, he only got struck for 2. You know, he was hit over his head, but they only got a single, and here he is beating the outside edge, slower delivery, and so he's really mixing up his deliveries quite nicely, creating as much pressure as he possibly can.
Yeah, and the one delivery that he bowled on the stumps, he picked up a wicket in LBW. So it's really a mixed bag, as you see, from him, but it has been effective thus far.
And again, another wide delivery. This time it's called wide.
Well, the umpire initially signaled wide, then put his hand down as if he was trying to well, as if he was trying to say it's not a wide, then turn around and signal the wide again.
And then when he finished the wide, he does a little shimmy.
Yes.
As if to say, you got that? This one is played in the air, upper sleeve to mid-off, and pushing at the delivery there, but getting under the delivery, and it almost spooned a catch to Williams, Joel Williams at mid-off there.
Yeah, that one seemed to slow up a bit. One was into the pitch, seemed to slow up a bit. It was too early in the shot there, Tilakani.
This time he's driving and missing, so that's good bowling once again, and certainly a much better over this time around than the one before. He has 1 for 18 now. After 3, it's 33 for 1. Yeah,
that's excellent. A good end to the over from Littleton. Came back well. Second over was pretty decent. This is third over was really good. I must say, he found that nice line and length just outside the off stump. which gave the batter a lot of problems. Beat the edge on a number of occasions. So that's really good from him. So you can see he's getting to his own now. He's really finding his rhythm, his line and length.
Silvera continues, not for 15. Trying to tighten up as much as possible here. Just to put the squeeze on the batsman, cause a little panic. See if we could induce a rash shot.
And he has the slip in place, so that's very good. You can see he needs wickets. He needs to take wickets, so he has those fielders in place for that slip.
And again, nicely turned away on the onside for a very comfortable single. So again, I think these two have worked out areas where they can score, and nothing too exorbitant or too extravagant just yet. But they're trying to play on merit and try to keep the scoreboard ticking over as well. And going across it once more, but this time it would have been heading down leg side, and he was just trying to help it on its way.
And he got bat onto it. There's no signal from the umpire, so he definitely got some bat onto it. So probably an outside edge. That's why it went into the offside to the field at point rather than square leg.
So the game just right now, Jamaica probably want to see the back of Francis. That's the wicket that they're craving, and they came very close there. Francis going through the line.
Yeah, that wasn't good from Francis. He just stood at the crease there. He didn't move, no foot movement. He just stood there and had a waft at it outside the off stump. Lucky for him, he didn't make any contact with it. But that's naughty for him. He needs to be realized that he has to be the one to bat to the end or to get them as close as possible to the total.
And again, that's punched away down behind point. Danza had us taking the bad angle on the ball, and luckily for him, it sort of dies as it got closer to the boundary, as that could easily have run away into the fence ahead of him. But 2 runs. All the same.
Yeah, I agree. He run towards the ball rather than around to cut it off, and it could have cost him. Lucky for him, it did slow up in the outfield, but he has to be very careful there. But 2 more runs to the total, and they keep plugging away, chipping away at this total.
This one is up in the air. It's going to spoon a simple catch, and was that a no ball, or did it come off the helmet? If it did, then it's going to be a leg by. So what is the call? Well. So it has to be a leg by. So the call was a little bit delayed, and so everybody was kind of like frozen for a moment there. Thankfully, the 2 batters ran through to complete the leg by, and so we now have, well, the 7 overs are up. So the power play is over, 38 it is for 1. At the end of it, 10 to Tilokani, 21 to Francis. And so is it a refreshment break? Because the 2 umpires are just there. I'm not quite sure what exactly to make of it.
No, well, the ball, it seemed to hit flush on the helmet.
So they're going to do the
So they're going to have the
helmet,
usual concussion
protocol.
test. Yeah, protocol. As you can see, the physio is out there just having a discussion with the batter, just asking him his name, make sure he knows where he is. Just a few odd questions. It's a protocol. You have to do that once a batter is hit on the helmet. So that is what is happening there at the moment. That's the reason why the umpire signaled the leg bike as it came flush out of the helmet. Because it looked really strange. It looked like he played it off the glove. And when the fielders took the catch, they were celebrating, but then no celebration from the bowler. I think he realized immediately that it came off the helmet. And then the umpire, after a bit of delay, signaled the leg by, as the standing umpire is signaling the end of the first power play, and we're into the second power play. The second power play is 21 overs.
This is the middle power play now.
Yeah. So the Leeward Islands, they are ahead at this stage in terms of the power play, and it's now how are they going to maneuver this middle phase. It will really determine the course of the match. The required run rate drops a bit, so it's less than a run a ball, which is really good for them.
So Andrew Lloyd comes into the attack.
Not Lloyd Webber.
Not Lloyd Webber. And not Clive Lloyd either. And that delivery, slow turn. He's a tall man, rangy.
Seemed to bowl very slow, and that's Francis was on the back foot.
Turned away nicely. They might get a second here if they hurry, and they should comfortably. And even then, there's a bubble, so that killed all the urgency right there.
And because of that second run, the fielder generally tends to look up in the last minute to see which end or what the batters are doing, to know which end to throw at. And in that split second, when they look up, they generally tend to lose the ball. Mm-hmm. And that's where you get that slight bubble, and the batters generally take advantage of it.
So they're now trying to plug that gap at mid-wicket. They brought a man in there, and it looks like Silvera has been brought into that short mid-wicket position. But they still get a single down behind square. So this is good batting again from the skipper Francis. He's 24 from 24. Tilokani, who is 10 from 18, waits. He plays that like it's the first day of a test match. Very correct.
Technically sound.
Technically sound. Straight out of the manual. This time he's turning it away. They might get a second one if they hurry. But good running on the part there of Silvera, just to deny them the possibility of a second run. But he was put there specifically for that purpose. But the batsman did well to get it away from him. And here he is now trying to swing it. You can see him trying to hit it further down behind square, and as a result he missed it completely, and will have to remain on 24. It's 42 for 1 now after 8.
Yeah, that's a good over. Just 4 runs coming off that over there by Lloyd, and that's what they need in this phase, just to put a clamp on things, not allow the batters to score as freely as we saw they score in that first 7 overs. So this is good, and they need to be tight and in the field. There was a bit of appeal by the bowler. I'm not sure if it was for LBW or caught behind, because the keeper dropped the ball initially. So maybe the ball came up the pad down the leg side, a bit of appeal, but not sure what the appeal was about. But
so is it Joel Williams is going to pick up the attack now?
Joel Williams, pretty tall guy.
Yep.
Doesn't look like an under 17 at all.
He's a big guy. He was standing up next to Robert Haynes, and he looked bigger than Robert Haynes, the coach. And that is hit just over the head of the man at mid-on. And you could see him just pounding the ground. And that is also Silvera, but it goes just over his head. And that's a welcome boundary.
Yeah, he did very well initially to get in position. Timed the jump well, but it just managed to burst through the fingers. Probably didn't get the palm. Didn't get the palm of the hands. The ball hitting the palm of the hands. Maybe you would have been able to take it, but probably just burst through the fingers, the tip of the fingers. But it's an opportunity that was created. Would have been a very good catch if he had held on. But 4 runs nonetheless to the total.
Yeah, 46 for 1 now. And helped away again. Not trying to hit that one too hard. Just kind of right in with it. Brings his captain back on strike now. Francis, 24 from 25. Telokani is up to 16. Playing a good hand here himself. I'm sure he would like to probably get a few more runs to bring down this deficit as much as possible. Pushed away, and should have been an easy single, but for whatever reason, Telokani was glued to the crease at the non-striker's end. And you could see Francis telling him that should have been an easy single.
To his defense, it went straight to the fielder. So when generally it goes straight to the fielder inside the 30-yard circle, you wouldn't look to risk the single. But he did bobble. It had a slight misfield. That would have enabled them to get through for the single.
We've seen a lot of that from the Jamaicans today. This one is driven, and now the batsman decided that is not a single. He's hit it too close there to Silvera. So just a little bit of doubt creeping into the minds of the batsmen in terms of their running. They were doing it very well prior, pinching some good, comfortable singles close in, even though the ball might still be in the 30-meter circle. Once again, this time they're going to get the single, and again, Danza Hayat bobbles the ball at that short third man position.
Yeah, this time it didn't go straight to him. He had to move around to his right a bit, but he went down for that long barrier, and it just hit his leg and bobbled, and it enabled them to get through quite safely. But there was a quick call of yes. So they realized that it wasn't straight to the fielder. They could have gotten the single quite easily. And the bobble made it even easier for them.
Again, to a wide there. The wicketkeeper got a glove to it, but couldn't stop it cleanly. And they did get a run from it.
It was a wide as well.
Yep.
So that's two runs to the total. It's a good over. That's 8 runs in the over already. Still one delivery to come.
Again, you could see him trying to play it with soft hands.
Yeah, Francis seemed to like that shot. He looks to just use the pace of the bowler just to guide it past that fielder, that short third man.
But the 50 is on the board, 50 for 1 after 9. And Ronnie, I was just looking up something here. The first bullfinch competition on August the 31st, Greenvale, Savannah, La Hoqueta, starting at 7 a.m. Now, this is birds whistling.
Yes.
I like birds. But at those, the kind of prices some of these guys asking for birds, especially when I go to Venezuela and I come back, 35, 50, 70,000 dollars for a bird. You know what I'm saying? That boy had to be doing more than whistling.
You wouldn't believe, Ruskin, as you mentioned that on Sunday morning or Saturday morning, just behind us, on that open area behind the cricket center, there's a lot of them. A lot of fellas with their birds in the cage, on the stick. And it's serious competition.
Yeah. Well, I don't have a bird now, but I used to. And in my yard, on a morning, this one is hid away nicely. Early morning, boy, you hear my bird whistling, and then they used to attract all sorts of other birds. Big ones, small ones, you know, parrots, everybody singing at the same time. You can't help but wake up. And here they go for another sing, or they thought about it for a moment, and then decided against it. Now they've done a little adjustment here. They've taken out the left-handed Silvera from that short mid-wicket position because he's left-handed. Most time the ball is going to his weaker hand, to his right. And so the captain very intelligently pulled him out of there, brought him down to long on, and put him, that's a good shot, that's in the gap, that's bisecting cover and extra cover, and they're going to get two comfortably, and they're going to go back for a third. So good running, good shot, and good running to back it up.
Yeah, it was nicely weighted shot. Didn't try to overhit it. Just looked to pierce the gap. And in that gap, which wasn't a big gap between cover and extra cover, but he hit it really well and easily picked up 3 runs.
This time they're going for the sweep shot and he swept it fine. That is going to run very close to the boundary. In fact, it's gone over the line, and that's 4 runs. That was a shot he was attempting earlier and he missed it. This time, he got it very fine because the man at backward square is a good 30 meters away from where the ball ended up going. And he picked up a boundary just in front of the scoreboard, the side screen rather. And that ends the over. 10 overs completed. Now it's 58 for 1 after 10.
Yeah, and that over started off really well. First 4 deliveries, just 2 runs conceded. And then that last 2 deliveries picked up a very nice extra cover drive from Francis, picking up 3 runs. And then the boundary of that last delivery made it into a very good over for the Leeward Islands. And again, this pair, the top order, doing the job for the Leeward Islands. So, and that's one of the reasons why they are so good in terms of the top order. They know that they are the ones to score the runs, who have to score the runs, and they have been doing it really consistently.
So a change in the bowling. This is probably the roll of the dice here. Ramnaresh Singh is coming on. And that's played away. That's gone. An almighty swing. And that's 6 runs. Welcome to the National Cricket Centre, Mr. Singh.
Yeah, that's a poor delivery. It's looking for that leg spinner. It was dragged down the leg side. And it's pretty much a free hit because there's no one in that area behind square. Just that one fielder who's there next to the umpire at that short square leg. Other than that, there's no one out there. Yeah, so it's a safe shot.
It's dangerous to bowl a leg spinner without a deep backward square.
Correct. And because of that, it was a safe shot for him. There's that one fielder at that deep mid-wicket boundary. Mm-hmm. And all he had to do was get enough bat on it. Had he missed it, it would have still dropped safely. But he got enough bat on it. It went all the way for 6.
That area is so barren. You don't even have a spectator in that area. That is how clear that region was. Another sweetly timed drive. Francis really looks to be in good nick. And he seems to have a pretty good head on his shoulder. He understands his role in this team and how heavily they rely on him. His opposite number now trying to pinch another quick single there, but good fielding by the captain, just dropping to his knees there, Scott. DeMarco Scott, remember he had a back issue, so he's probably unable to run around in the field much. Another short ball trying to turn it, but failed to get it away. Once he gets it past that short square leg, he's in the money. Even if he doesn't get a boundary, it's going to be a fair chase. And that stroked nicely down to the man in the deep. So another comfortable single. Interesting to see how much turn. This is a 50-run partnership between these two. See how much turn Singh is imparting. And this time, groping at it, going past the outside edge. So 66 for 1 now after 11.
Yeah, an excellent over there for the Leeward Islands. First delivery being dispatched for 6th, and a few singles after that. So when you get that boundary of that first delivery, it makes it easy for the batters now. They can just push the ball around, and if there's another bad ball, you put it away. But it makes an easy over for them, a big over for them as well. Because remember, the required run is just 5.6, but they're scoring well over 6 runs per over.
They need 131 more, but they have 144 balls to work with. So Andrew Lloyd comes, and a little bit of an unorthodox bit of field in there, that short extra cover. Just knelt down and stopped the ball. So again, it's interesting to see how these two teams kind of go about their business now. They need wickets, Jamaica, and the Leeward Islands trying to deny them that while accumulating runs. But again, because cricket is a sort of zero-sum affair, one error and that's it. So you have to be, as a batsman, you have to be spot on with your decision making. And you expect a good ball and you try to take advantage of a bad ball. And that's a real gift that he's not able to take full advantage of, because he got it on the full, but again he was committed to hitting it straight. So he hit it down to long off.
Yeah, after he could see him, he was looking to hit it. He should have hit it through that extra cover region. He would have picked up at least 2 runs, probably more.
So that over comes to an end. A quick one, 67 for 1 now after 12.
Yeah, that's an excellent over from Lloyd. Just one run coming off that over. His previous over cost him 8 runs, where he picked up a boundary. The last 2 deliveries went for 3 runs and 4. This time around, he bowled an excellent over, just keeping that tidy line and length, just outside the off stump, pitching it up, bringing the batter forward, which is exactly what you want as a spinner.
I just see he's edging it, and it goes down into just dropping in front of the skipper there. And Singh much tighter now, more consistent with his length and his line. Again, they're able to come through for a quick single. And the return missed the keeper entirely. But the good thing, the batsman spotted it, and he was able to jump out of the way.
Yeah, it was the throw went to the batter rather than the keeper, but he evaded properly in the end.
The thing is, they shouldn't be getting a single there, and that's a nice drive again. Not able to cut it off on the infield. So the scoreboard keeps ticking over. These two doing a very good job of keeping the Jamaicans just off balance a little bit. Not giving them much to celebrate, and they're chipping away at this total here. And you could see Scott really struggling at slip there. It's almost like he cannot bend down as freely as he would like. And another full toss that they didn't deal with it totally, but easy single all the same. So the batsmen, they're very watchful. They're not overly aggressive. And, so they might miss a trick or two. That's another sweet flowing drive. But it's only netting them the single. Nevertheless, one more to the score. 24 to Tilokani, 37 to Francis. It's 70-1 after 13.
Yeah, just 127 more runs required, and it's very gettable with this pair at the crease, but they would have to take it deep, as close as possible to that target of 196-97 for victory. And if they can take it as close as possible, they're going to be in with a chance here. But Jamaica need to break this partnership. They need to break this partnership. They need to break this partnership as soon as possible, very quickly, if they have to come back in this game, because this pair is going to take it away from them.
Just a ball that kept low, but played very well. They're going to get a couple here. They might get a third as the ball goes very close to the boundary at point, but they decide on two.
Yeah, I think they were just comfortable with 2 runs there. You could see the run in between the wickets. They weren't really pushing to get that third run, but it's 2 runs nonetheless.
And again, as the ball now all of a sudden starts to stay down a little bit more consistently, but the batsmen are on the back foot too, and giving themselves as much time as possible to look at the ball. Really reaching for that one outside the off stump there. So the slip, a short third man or a backward point. And that's good fielding again. They can't take that single to the man in the inner ring. So Williams or Andrew Lloyd rather, doing a pretty good job for his captain here. Not for 15, he's in his 4th over. And they're trying to really saw the slow delivery, flighted outside the off stump. It's a no ball. Well, talk about a cardinal sin. He's running, 3 meters, 4 meters. He's walking half of it. And again, he's trying to hit it, the free hit, but he made a meal of it, and he doesn't even get a run from that. So Lloyd gets away with it. It's 75-1 now.
Yeah, lost his shape completely there with that free hit. And looking to hit across the line, he would have been better suited in hitting that one straight down the ground, because it looked like the quicker delivery from Lloyd. And he would have been better suited in looking to hit that one straight down the ground. At least pick up a single. But you're right, he got away the free hit at the end of the over.
Singh, this one is hit in the air. There's a man settling under it, but that's all he's doing. He's settling under it because he now has to turn and chase it because it went over his head and it went for 6.
Yeah, again, a drag down delivery, short delivery, and you could see Francis, he likes to hang on the back foot to the spinners. So he was already there on the back foot, the weight transfer, and all he had to do was hit across the ball and just hit it into the stand. Well, it almost went into the stand. The fielder thought he had an opportunity.
Shorter delivery, this time outside the off stump. And that's good cricket, attacking the ball.
Again,
and releasing it quickly also.
Yeah, again, good start to the over and picking up that 6 in the very first delivery. Now they can work the ball around and make it into a very good over.
So he's decided now to put the deep backward square leg, and he has the deep square leg just forward of the umpire. There's a mid-wicket and a middle, and that's the onside field. And backing away and trying to force it through the offside. Close, but not close enough. No edge found. But that's dangerous. And that might have been the googly coming back at him as well. Again, he's opting to play almost exclusively on the back foot now. Giving himself time to see what the bowler is doing. Tilokani. So good comeback here from Singh after he was carted away for a 6 first ball. He's kept Tilokani quiet. Once again, keeping a little bit low, and he cannot score. So that ends the over. 15 completed. It's 82 for 1.
Yeah, and I think Tilakani would be a bit worried about not being able to rotate the strike. He had 4 dot deliveries there, but he can't worry too much about it. He's playing a role here, and that's what he has to realize. It's not about his personal tally, it's about the team, and he's playing a role here in a partnership with Francis, who's going along really well, 47 from 42 deliveries. And at the moment, yes, he's absorbing some dot balls, but he's not putting pressure on Francis because Francis is scoring easily at the other end. So all he has to do, yes, he's creating dot balls, but still stay there. Don't try to do anything differently or anything rash and try to give his wicket away.
Just a quick comparison after 15 overs. Jamaica were 48 for 1. And again, just turning the wrist with the little spin that is on offer there.
Yeah, that's when the Jamaican came back out of that rain break, that rain delay. They really struggled to score.
And this time they're going to run. He has to hurry. And again, the return was not the best. In fact, it was a weak return. He needed to really fire that into the wicketkeeper. And he had to go to his right. He did that well enough. But everything after that was so delayed. And the Mario Hall didn't complete it. But that was Tilakani very lazily, starting very late indeed. And just over the head of Hall again. And they're coming back for a second one. He's going to have to hurry here, but he does well this time. And that's 2 quick runs, well taken.
Yeah, Francis is very quick, and he realized early on that it's going to be 2 runs, and he quickly turned and came back for that second. And Tilakani, he had a look when he was at the non-strikers end. He had a look before he went back for the second, but when he looked up, he saw his captain was all the way down already, and he had to go.
That's a this is called a wide, so the runs are starting to flow again, not what Jamaica wanted. And I'm sure the captain probably is wondering, why are they getting 2 runs in the deep when the fielders are so close to the ball? And this time Silvera did well, but they were not challenging him there for a second run. And again, the placing the ball so far away from the fielder, he has to cover ground to get there. And by the time Hall gets there, the batsmen are comfortably through for that single. That ends over number 16, 88 for 1 now.
Yeah, so the spinners have not been as effective as we saw with the Leeward Island spinners. When the spinners came on, they immediately started taking wickets, and they kept the run rate down, put pressure on the batters. They were very difficult to score runs, but here we can see the spinners. They have been going for a lot of runs, and the batters have been able to just push the ball around into the gaps and rotate the strike, pick up the odd boundary. So that's the difference here in this middle phase. To me, I think that's the difference with the Leeward Islands when they were bowling and now the Jamaicans.
Well, Francis is on 49, and he's punching this one away, and it's going to bring up his 50. Quite a solid effort, 50 from 46 balls.
Yeah, that's an excellent knock from him. Captain's knock, captain's innings. It is exactly what is required. So the captain got picked up a 50. That's Scott from the Jamaican innings. Now the captain of the Leeward Islands picked up a 50.
And his 50 came off 46 balls, 1 4 and 2 6s.
Yeah, and that would do his confidence a whole lot of good going into this 50 over tournament.
And there he goes. That's a good hit because he placed it well away from the man at mid-wicket, and he could only track it down, but that's 4 runs.
Yeah, this time Tilakani, he gets into the act. This one pitched up delivery and whipped away. We saw previous shots from him whipping it off the pads. It was just over that mid-wicket fielder. This time it was well over that mid-wicket fielder. One bounce into the fence. Split the fielders at long on and mid-wicket.
And this one is peeling off a thick outside edge. More runs. They'll get 1 and they'll get a second run. And the return could do very little about that.
Yeah, and it's getting quite easy for the batters out there now. And you can see Tilakani beginning to express himself a bit, being a little more aggressive.
Singh has to be careful because they're really chasing after him. And yes, he's out. He should be out, run out. Yes, he is. And he is run out because he was looking at the ball and never really ran hard. He just jogged up to the, probably was hoping. Look at how long it took him before he could actually get started. The ball was misfielded initially, and he eventually ambled up to the non-striker's end and was unfortunately wrong. It was a direct hit. And that is the end of Tilakani for 34.
Yeah, and we saw earlier on in his running, he looks to be generally a bit slow between the wickets. And you're right, he took off a bit late, and because of that split second that he took before he started running, it made it a bit difficult. But it went straight to the fielder. The fielder did well. Give credit to the fielder to knock it down and then get up and then hit the wicket. And because of that, Tilakani hesitated a bit in terms of going for that single. And eventually, when he did go through, he was a bit late. He goes. That's the breakthrough that they wanted, to break that partnership that was getting out of control and taking the game away from them. But the partnership has been broken. Tilakani, he has to go for 34 from 52 deliveries. And what a way to get a wicket via the run-out route. We never saw that one coming.
And the thing about it too, remember it was an initial misfield, but the recovery was good and the throw was an accurate one. Funny enough, the bowler never went for the ball. Now, had that not hit the stump, he would have been home high and dry because the bowler never bothered to look at the ball. He just left the ball, and thankfully, it hit the stump. And so it worked out in Jamaica's favor here. The problem is they need, 102 more runs. And they have loads of overs in which to get those runs. So, but with this partnership broken now, how does that affect? One, how does it affect Francis? And can he get another partner who will stay with him and help to navigate the rest of the way, or at least a major part of the rest of the way?
Yeah, definitely. And knowing that the wicket fell via the run-out route, which he was involved, would that play in his mind as well? And he would have to put that behind him because he knew he is key, or he is the key in terms of Leeward Islands winning this game. So he has to put that run out behind him and look towards continue scoring, continue batting the way he is currently, being aggressive, taking the attack to the bowlers. But he, as you said before, Ruskin, he needs someone to stay with him.
Yeah,
he can't do it on his own.
Yeah, they can, because plus the Jamaicans will work out the fact that the other batsmen either are going to be very defensive, and so all they'll do is just deny him, deny them runs, and keep Francis off strike for as long as possible. And then if that happens, often what invariably happens is then Francis now decides whenever he's on strike that he now has to score big. So he's going to be looking for boundaries and could very well run into problems doing that. But he's batted well. He has his half century. Now he must be thinking, maybe I should get another half century, get another 50 runs here and get 100.
That should be his thinking, his way of thinking, because he, as you said before, he has to be the one to take the game home for the Leeward Islands. And to do that, he has to bat till the very end. And if he stays there to the very end, he's definitely going to get 100 quite easily, I would say, as well.
Unless somebody comes and just blazes away all over the place, which can happen. You never know, Somebody that you don't expect to play a blinder does that. And but they've now lost their second wicket, so it's 95 for 2. And they still need a further 102 runs. And that's one of them. So they're pretty much on course here. They just need to keep going. But now they're celebrating the 50. But he's 51 from 47. And the score is 96 for 2 now. So 101 run away from 108 balls.
Yeah, it's very easy for them at the moment. And the way they are batting, each batter coming in, they're not looking to hit the ball out of the park. They're looking to play the ball on merit. If it's a bad ball, you put it away. If not, you look to rotate the strike to keep the scoreboard ticking over. And that has been a major part of their innings so far, their run chase. The running between the wickets has been very good, barring that last little mix-up. But that, I think, was the batter's fault in terms of, Talakani is lazy, as you said, in trying to get to the non-striker's end. But other than that, it has been good from the batters, and they just need to continue in that same vein.
Joel Williams is back into the attack. Now, that's the other thing I was thinking about. Scott, at some point, is going to have to bring back his quicker bowlers. Does he wait till the end, or does he try and get some of those overs out of the way? Because the spinners, while they've not been leaking big runs. They have been leaking runs.
Yes.
And they haven't been as penetrative as he would like. So he had to make a decision here. And now, not only has he made a decision, he made another one. He has come out of slip now and is standing at mid-off. So, very interesting is, can he run around in the outfield? It's a wide delivery. The batsman thought it was a wide, but
That was an awful shot from Francis there. It was outside the off stump, and he was looking to pull that one through mid-wicket. It wasn't as short as he expected. And lucky for him, he didn't get an inside edge onto the stumps.
well, he could have spoon a catch right there. Now there's just a one man out in the cover, in the deep cover position on the offside. And here's an appeal for an LBW. Not out, says the umpire. They're going for one, and they're going to get two as well. That's very, very good running. Quickly, and no signal from the umpire, so there was some bat on that.
Yeah, definitely seemed to get some bat onto that. But this is good, the running between the wickets, and I think Francis will be happy with that, because he saw on a couple of occasions with Tulakani where he was a bit slow, and Francis had to stop. They weren't able to get 2 runs or that quick single at certain times. But it seems like Athanaze here is much quicker, and he look to take advantage.
And they're going to go for another quick single as well, and they're getting that quite comfortably also. So, very interesting approach here. They're not taking anything for granted. They're still pushing hard for those singles, trying to make every run count here, and trying to make every ball count as well. So 99 for 2, it means they're under the 100 mark now. So they need 98 runs. So they're counting down. And another Cessna goes by.
That's about the 4th one, or is it the same one? Just keep
We
circling
had
around.
2 choppers, 2 Cessnas. And that's good cricket again. And if he was running hard, they might have been able to squeeze a second, but they opted for the single. But again, good batting, just dropping the wrist on it. And Jamaicans here they're gonna have to figure out some way how to get wickets. That's the key to stop everything that the Leewards are doing well at the moment. Rotating strike, pinching quick singles, wickets, that's the main thing. And that one is crashed away, down behind point for 4. A short ball put away brilliantly.
Yeah, and that's the shot he should have played in the very first delivery, when it was short and wide. Rather than looking to pull it, this time he was looking to go with the, outside the off stump, just hitting with the movement of the ball, and hit that one over that point fielder, and it goes into the boundary. So this is better from him. He has to realize he can't afford to play any rash shots. He has to play proper cricket shots here.
And again, they go for the quick single, and he decides to go back for it. The ball, and now another chance at the run out here. Oh, it's all happening out there at the moment. They went for the quick single. He was sent back. He made it back. The ball broke the stump, and the ricochet went a little behind the keeper, and they were able to eventually get the single. So 105 for 2 now, and he goes to 59.
Yeah, that was a good over, that boundary, and a few singles coming in that over. And remember, the required run rate keeps dropping now. It's just about 5.4. And that's that they want to maintain that. They don't want to get it above. They want to bring it down as much as possible. If they could bring it to less than 5 runs per over, or if not, just maintain it at that until later on, because it's going to reach a point where it's going to get much less than 10 than 5 runs per over, and it's going to be easy going. But they have to maintain this for now. Well, there's a change in bowling, and it's going to be the captain. This is interesting.
Yep, so he's decided he's going to take matters. DeMarco Scott.
This is an interesting move. Let's see how he is. We know he's not fully fit.
And immediately he's greeted with
I think he got away with that
Yep.
one. That was a drag down delivery down the leg side. And I think probably trying to hit with a bit more power rather than placement. And it went straight to that one fielder there at that wideish square boundary.
Danza Hyatt Jr.
Yeah.
And for a moment they thought about the single, and then they elected not to go for it. I think it looked like hole is in the way there, so they stayed put. And this time, again, this is good, sensible batting. And trying to get Francis back on strike as quickly as possible. He's on 60 from 53. They need 90 more runs, and they have 99 balls in which to get those runs. That's a big turner. And you could see Francis choked there, cramped.
He was very surprised at the amount of spin he got on that delivery.
And again, but he can't get it through. It's a good shot, but again, the field placing is spot on. There's a long on and a long off, so they're right back on the fence. But there's nobody down at third man, and this one is going to run. It's rolling, but it's not going to get to the boundary. And they will happily settle for 2. Littleton, the man in attendance there. So that ends the over. It's 109 now for 2 after 19.
Yeah, that's good from Francis. The previous 2 deliveries, he tried to hit it hard through the offside and just managed to hit the fielder every time. And the last delivery, he decided he's just going to use the pace of the bowler, waited for it, and just guided past the keeper and picked up 2. So that's good for him. We saw him do that early on against the fast bowlers. And then he started to, as his innings grew, he started to hit the ball in front of square, more in front of square. This time around, he opted for that shot, which was very good because he had 2 dot ball prior to that. And then he was able to guide it to pick up 2. So this is good. This is smart batting, as you rightly said, from the Leeward Islands batters.
So Singh changes ends, and Ramnaresh Singh brought in from the southern end now to see if he can't prize out something. His 4 overs cost him 27 runs so far. And again, pushing at that one, probably hitting the pad, but you could see him outside the off stump and the ball spinning away as well.
And I asked the question on Sunday, do you think the leg spinner should be bowling from the southern end? Because we saw he started from the northern end.
Yep.
And I think this is better. Bowling from the southern end, you could utilize the wind that is going across the field from right to left. I think this is better for him. It's a better end for him to bowl.
Yeah, most leg spinners like to bowl from the southern end for precisely that reason, because of the wind. Now they're going to go for a quick single, and they're going to get it too. So again, coming off the bottom of the bat, an under edge, and they scamper a quick single. So Francis now back on strike. He's 62. 110 for 2. And they're appealing for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire.
Well, the keeper alone
Yes.
appealed for that one. He was sure. He was jumping around.
He's trying to con the umpire. That's what that is.
No one has appealed.
Short ball pulled away. There's a man out there in the deep, but it's dropping well short of him, and the batsman complete the single, and that ends the over. So one more to Francis. He goes to 63. It's 111 now for 2. Is that the Nelson?
Yes, 86 more runs required from 90. Yes, we're going to be hopping on one leg until that moves from 111. Well, I won't be hopping. I'm comfortable in my seat. So they're going along nicely here, the Leeward Islands. And it's quite easy for the batters out there at the moment. Captain.
Scott, again, appreciable turn.
So they need to do something different here, the Jamaicans. Is it bringing in the fielders? Right now they have the field spread. It's quite easy for the batters to get single. Maybe bringing the fielders. A couple attacking fielders. Try something different. Probably pack the offside field. Bowl wide outside the off stump. Do something different to try and see if they can get a wicket here. At the moment, the way it goes, it's going to be easy for the Leeward Islands batters.
And this is good bowling though from Scott. He's keeping Francis quiet. He's not giving him much to work with there. Francis, I'm sure, probably trying to he can't take the risk of trying to go over the top. There's a long one in place. This one is hit, that's gone. A long way down behind square. Now the man is forward of square, and the deep backward square is a lot finer. And he placed that gap, he found that gap beautifully, and it goes sailing away.
And if you look at that shot, it kept a bit low, but he was already on the back foot. You saw it was a short ball. He was already on the back foot. It kept a bit low, but he dropped his back knee in order to get a bit lower so he could get under it and hit it over the top. So that's excellent batting from him. He's set. So he's seen the ball well. He knows what the wicket is doing, and it's easy for him to play those shots.
117 for 2, they need 80. And they're going to get one out from that 80 here, so make it 79 more required now. And you could see the frustration mounting on the part of the Jamaicans because somehow these singles seem to have taken on an added significance, and it's aggravating them even more now that they cannot stop those quick singles. Even when they bowl good deliveries, here's a stifled appeal, not out, says the umpire. And Athenaeus survives. He's on 3. And Francis is on 73 to Jones. And the other man out for 34, Kunal Tilokani. So they're well on course. 111 for 2. They need 79 from 84 balls. And that is the end of, 21 overs. And just to give you a quick comparison, after 21 overs, the Jamaicans were 80 for 3.
Yeah, well ahead in terms of runs and wickets lost. So it's quite easy for them.
Singh. And that's driven nicely, but well fielded. And that's what you need. You need somebody to help them. Littleton doing his part there in that extra cover position. And again, that's a good delivery from Singh. He just kind of slowed it up a bit and asking the batsman to come outside there and go after him. This time he cracks it away, but there's cover. And he took a little while, and just that bubble forces them. This is excellent running. The ball didn't go anywhere. It just went right at his feet there. But because he bobbled it, they spotted that. But in order to get that second one, you had to run the first one quickly and be in a position to take advantage. And again, they skimp into and they're going to take that one also. So just look at it. After every delivery, it seems, hands on hips. And that just tells you that they're wondering here, what can we do differently?
And that's what I say in my point. Bring in some of the fielders. Just cut off those singles. Force them to go over the top.
And again, they're going to get another comfortable single. So Atene is doing his part. He hasn't scored many. He's only on 4. And he's only faced 9 balls. But he's been there for a while, supporting his captain. And that is the more important part here now. Build a partnership. Even if at the end of the day, even if he scores 10, all they really want him to do is stick around and help them get closer. They almost took advantage there again to another misfield. So the Jamaicans have to be careful here. The wheels are coming off. Joel Williams almost gifted them a second run. So that ends the over. 123 for 2 now after 22.
Yeah, but I think they would have gotten that second run, but it was for Atenese. He was just comfortable at the striker's end. And he realized that it was an easy field. They would not have been able to go for a second, so he was just on the bat, relaxing at the striker's end. Had he realized the misfield, it would have been an easy extra run in the end.
Again, a little quicker delivery here, but good spin on the part of Scott. Scott has bowled well since coming on, and but every so often he produces a bad ball that is punished. And once again, they get a single. Badly lined delivery. So it's a wide and a run. So Jamaica sometimes they're just shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah, make up for that dot ball, huh? With the wide and the extra run.
And again, they're going to get another run that's well played.
And again, Atenese just doing the right thing, just looking to rotate the strike, get his captain back on strike, who is going really well. 74 from 68 deliveries. So all Atenese has to do is just get the single, stay with him, form a partnership.
And it's complementary batting. And but the thing with this complementary batting is that while Atenese is just trying to rotate strike, Francis is not. He's not trying to bludgeon the bowling either, you know. And just as I say that, he plays one big expansive drive outside the off stump and misses, but it's another wide. So Jamaica just being their own worst enemy at times. This time he gets hold of it, and that one goes over the cover point region. It's not going to get to the boundary, and they're going to come back for 2 runs. I'm sure they thought that might have gone all the way, but they only get 2.
Yeah, you could see Francis. He actually thought that it was going to go to the boundary, so he wasn't looking to really run 3 there. But it just plugged in the outfield. In the outfield,
Just hit like a wedge shot.
Yeah.
Just died. Short ball, pulled away. There is a man out there, 2 men there. They're getting in each other's way, and it bounced right between them, and it goes for 4. Neither one of them went for the catch. At the last moment, they seemed to leave it for each other, and neither one of them took the catch. It bounced right between them. Did it go for 6 or did it go for 4? It went for 6.
Yep.
Well. Again, you see Danza Hyatt Jr. there just trying to get to it, and Andrew Lloyd, but neither one of them actually went for the catch. And again, more runs. Square the wicket on the offside this time. And this time they're going to settle for 2. And the scoreboard ticks over. And it's now 137 for 2. And Francis is up to 84.
yeah, that was a bit of mix-up there. No one called for it. Both of them were running towards each other, and in the end, they got so close that they were so conscious of bouncing each other, they just stopped and let the ball through. So that's poor communication in terms of one of them should have called for it.
I mean, I could understand Andrew Lloyd backing out of that, because if Danza Hyatt was to hit him running at that speed, well then, that might have been a different conversation we're having now. I mean, the NFL season starts in about 2 weeks' time, but that would have been a good linebacker collision there.
The rugby series is on, so he would have been scouted for a position.
And that's nicely played. That's down behind square. There's nobody there. It's a long chase. It's not going to get to the boundary. It's actually going to stop about a meter inside, and they're going to help themselves to 3 runs. So excellent batting here. Athanaze rotating the strike, putting his captain on strike or back on strike. He's on 84 from 73. And the Leeward Islands are coasting right now. They're 140 for 2. They need 57. They have 71 balls. Short ball, banged away again. And certainly not the kind of bowling that the captain would have wanted from his frontline spinner. You know, he hasn't been able to trouble the batsman as much as I'm sure Scott would have anticipated.
Well, the skipper wasn't happy with the field setting, so he stopped the bowler in his run-up. That's Scott.
I think he wanted Hall to move a little bit to his right.
Yes. And well, he's also trying to get the lawn fielder to move.
And driven again, but this time they decide against taking the single. Didn't really hit it as cleanly as he would like. Athanaze. Full toss. Didn't really put it away, but at least he gets a run to continue that trend of trying to score off almost every ball.
Well, prior to that, they moved the fielder to the deep mid-wicket region. So had he played that full delivery, pulled it into the onside, probably would have bring that fielder into play. So just looking to hit it straight down the ground.
And cut away nicely. That's more runs. This is another foot race there. And it's gone for 4. You could see Andrew Lloyd trying to get across there, but for some reason it was so well placed. Look at it. I thought he had it covered. Then all of a sudden he just pulled up, and that's because the ball had beaten him into the boundary.
Yeah, it raced away. That's really good timing from Francis there. That one raced away off the bat. The fielder had no chance.
He's on 89 and make that 90. And look at how easy. That ball hasn't gone 10 meters from the bat. And there's a fielder that is closer to the ball than and they got an easy single with no stress at all. And that's excellent batting there. So he goes into the 90s. He's on 90s, 147 for 2 now from 24 overs.
Yeah, that's excellent batting from this pair. And as you rightly said, just pushing the ball into the gap, just to the left or right of the fielder. And it's quite an easy single in the end. And as we said before, I think they need to change their field placing. They need to bring the fielders in, cut those easy singles, force the batters to go for the top. Yes, you're going to have your long on, long off in place, probably a deep wicket, and bring in some of the fielders, not allow the batters to get easy singles. Probably bring in the point fielder, the cover inside the circle, cut that single, have your extra cover just as backup. Put the slip in play, the mid-wicket, a short mid-wicket to cut those easy singles into the onside. Probably bring in the fine leg just to avoid just working the ball into the onside. Just change things up a bit. Not allow the batters to get easy singles.
Watch it. If you drop it at his feet, he can get a single. If he
Easy.
just pushes it into the offside, he can get a single. He plays it a fine leg, that's a single as well. He drives it a long off, a long on, that's another single. So, as I say, there are runs to be had. You just need to figure out where you want to take those runs from.
Yeah, but look at this field now. There's a fine leg, deep square leg,
They're
mid
not bringing
wicket,
him in, they're bringing in the deep square.
deep square leg in, right? So definitely he's going to bowl straight. So he's going to bowl more leg side field because there's no cover on the boundary, which is I don't think it's a good plan.
And that's smashed away now to that point position, and they're going to help themselves to two more. Really, they're gifting him runs,
Yeah.
and he's taking full advantage.
Yeah, should have had a cover on the boundary. Bring your extra cover inside, close up, to kind of cut that single. Have your backward point, and now you
It's a
make it
single all the way.
Yeah.
Even if you won't get two or a boundary.
correct. And it's a bit difficult now with the fielder inside to get that single.
Well played again, down to long on. It's like I said, long on and long off. They're singles every time. So he has pushed on quite nicely now to 93 from 78 balls. So he's 7 away from a deserved 100. And the 150 is on the board. They need 47 from 64.
And Francis need 10 of those. Well, 7 of those.
Yep. And the thing about it is that he just has to keep doing what he's doing. Don't do anything out of the ordinary and just keep plugging away. Don't even let it get close. You get a bad ball, put it away. And you don't even need to hit the ball in the air. Hit it on the ground. And, if they feel it, fine. But if not, then it goes for 4. Turned away, forward a square. And they go for 1. And they're going to get more. They might actually get a boundary. No, it's Lloyd. Andrew Lloyd just misses it. So they're really crumbling out there in the field right now. As they say, the heat is on. And nobody seemed to be able to stop the hemorrhaging.
Yeah, well, if you look at the fielders, all of them, they are flat-footed. They're not expecting a catch. If a catch come to them, I'm sure they're going to drop it.
Yep.
Because they're just waiting for something to happen at the moment.
Another easy single. Very well played again. And just quietly, very quietly, Atanez is growing in confidence. He's coming into his own now. He's not afraid to even come onto the front foot and stroke the ball. He's not playing big shots, but he's playing good, sensible cricket, playing within the arc and taking the singles. And more runs. So it just doesn't seem, it's not working for them. Whatever the plan is, it's not working. 153 for 2 now, after 25, and 94 to Francis.
Yeah, Atanez, as you rightly said, he's worked his way to 12 from 16 deliveries. That's excellent batting, considering that he's not doing the bulk of the scoring. Atanez and Francis have been really scoring quickly, scoring nicely, pushing the ball in the gaps, taking advantage of the bad deliveries. But Atanez, we are saying he's just there to form a partnership. But he's on 12 from 16, which is excellent batting. That is not just forming a partnership. That is also helping your partner at the other end build a partnership and take them closer to victory.
He's contributing to the score. He's not just using up dot balls. In fact, he's avoiding using up dot balls. And now Scott has decided he's going to replace Singh. And I didn't check Singh. Did Singh bowl out his overs? Was it his 7th over? I didn't really see. But DeMarco Scott is back in. 5 for 11, his best bowling figures. Boy, he would like to have that now, right now, all 5.
Yes, Singh has bowled out his 7 overs, none for 44.
So it's been a tough day at the office. And the thing here, though, and Ronnie, is that Jamaica is staring down a second defeat
Yeah, definitely.
in as many games. And another single that's well played. And so inches on by one now. Francis to 95, so he's 5 away from a deserved 100. And it's 155 for 2.
Yeah, the spinners have not been able to do the job for the Jamaican team. And I'm not sure why he's not bringing back his pace bowlers. Try something different. At the moment, they're easily working the spinners around, taking advantage of the bad ball, and scoring at 6-7 runs per over quite easily.
And of the spinners, he was probably the most, how should I say it, most threatening.
Yeah.
Again, another easy single.
Straight to the fielder. But again, it's a weighted shot. Didn't try to overhit it, just pushed it. Yes, it went just to the right of the fielder, but it was weighted enough that he had enough time to get down to the non-striker's hand.
And I'm saying, once you play it and you move, you're halfway there, you know, first couple of strides, and you're pretty much half pitch. And so all you have to do now is cover the next half of the pitch. And so by the time the fielder, who is back on the edge of the circle, by the time he comes into play, you pretty much home. That one is hit again. That's a great shot. That's into the gap. That's down over extra cover. And that's brilliantly played there, indeed. And he's 1 away now. He's up to 95, 99 now. They had him 1 run behind, so we kind of like have to wait and see. Hopefully he hits a boundary and it doesn't come into play. But when he got to his 50, we had him on 50, and it's only when he got to 51 that they celebrated the half century downstairs. So I don't know if there is a 1-run discrepancy
99.
somewhere.
It's 99.
So
I think they didn't realize he had scored a 50.
make
so
that
after
100. Yep. Make that 100. 100 for this young man. Tennis Francis, deservedly so. 84 balls, 4 fours, 4 sixes.
Yeah, excellent knock from him. We said it early on that he is the key. He's the one that had to bat throughout to take them to victory. He generally gets them off to a good start, and he does that. He did that again. Again here you can see that exactly what he did. He got them off to a good start, and he stayed there. He didn't play any bad shots. I don't think he tried to, overhit the ball, play across the line. He played proper cricketing shots, put the ball in the gaps, ran well between the wickets, put the bowlers, put the fielders under pressure, and he's 100 not out.
And to tell you what, of all the spinners, we were saying that DeMarco Scott is the one who looked the most threatening. His 4 overs cost 32 runs. That's on more runs again. He's really starting to expand his game now. Pressure for the Jamaicans. They're going back for a 3rd run, and they will get that too. The return is not a particularly good one. And they get 3 more comfortably. 161 now.
But again, you have 2 fielders on the offside. 1 at backward point, 1 at cover. No one at deep cover boundary. A short 3rd man. And you're bowling the ball outside the off stump. Full outside the off stump. You are asking for trouble. You are allowing the batters to hit over the top on the offside field. That's poor cricket.
They have no cover there. And look at Atenes again doing his bit and just pinching a run. And
it's similar with the 4 that he hit over the offside from the northern end. Again, you have no cover on the boundary, but you are bowling the ball outside the off stump. Pitched up delivery to a batter who's on 99, on 95 at that point.
And no plan to prevent him from getting that run. That's a good delivery, slower delivery. Again.
When he was on 99, they didn't bring in the field, force
to try
him.
to prevent him from taking that single.
So they're just going through the motion now. They know that, okay, it's the end. They've given up at this point in time.
They just need 32 runs. 32 runs away. And make that 31. They continue to put pressure on the fielders, and now the fielder stays down after that attempted run out.
He has no support from his teammates.
Yep.
Everyone just turn away.
In other words, get up.
Just turn away. Just left him there.
You're on your own, partner. We're all under pressure here. And this one is skied. It's going to be a wicket. And it's dropped it. Well. It's just not happening today for them. That was an easy, talk about a sitter. He had all the time in the world. Maybe he had too much time. Just never got his legs set. And the ball just bounced out of his hands.
Well, he was just in the ground from an injury when no one took him on. So he was in no mental frame. And we spoke about that earlier. The way they were on the field, they weren't looking for a catch. They weren't expecting a wicket. And exactly what we said, if a catch came to them, they would drop it. And that's exactly what happened.
Yes, Savio Jones, not a happy man right now. Short delivery, slow delivery, very well bowled. Again from Littleton, but nothing going his way as the over comes to an end. 167 for 2 after 27.
Yeah, it's quite easy here in the end. Just 8 more overs to go.
They need 30 runs.
30 runs, quite easily. And the captain leading from the front. 104 from 88 deliveries. What a knock from the young man.
You know what is good about this knock is the kind of maturity that he showed. Yeah. You know, if you look at it, when he got his 50, he had 1-4. He had 2 sixes, but 1-4 inside of there. So most of the runs was the running between the wickets. And, and that just continued in the second half, for the second 50. And voila, he kind of planned 100 using his legs more than anything else. And I think what that did, that kind of broke the will of the Jamaican fielders because they couldn't stop the singles. And I mean, even at this stage, they still have difficulty preventing them taking those quick singles. So 167 for 2, he's on 104. Let's pay a thought for Jaquan Atenez. He's on 15 from 19.
Doing his part. Doing more than his part, I would say. He is there to form a partnership with his captain after they had lost Talakani. And he did that plus because he contributed 15 runs from just 19 deliveries.
Yeah, if you look at it, you will see, well, he only made 19 or you only made 20.
Yeah.
But the value of that 20, you can't put it into words because this has been an invaluable innings from him in terms of the timing of the innings, because they could so easily have lost a third and a fourth and a fifth wicket. But he has basically held up his end of the bargain. So he's plugged that gap, and the captain just continued at the other end. Here he is again, clipping another easy single, and now they're afraid to throw the ball because nothing seemed to be working for them. So they just, like I said, they've really been broken here. And it's a little bit confusing and bewildering as well. They just can't find an answer. And that's a good delivery. A little bit of extra bounce there. So Lloyd is back into the attack here now, Andrew Lloyd. And he's trying to pierce that offside field, and he does, but actually he went right through the legs of the fielder, and it goes for 4 runs. Well. He had everything there. accept the ball. Because he had a long barrier there, he seemed to have it covered, and then he didn't.
Yeah, that shows a drop catch, not an easy misfield that went for 4. We saw a drop catch earlier on that went for 4 as well.
What the near collision that
That cost 6.
Yep.
So it really hasn't happened for the Jamaican team.
It's been a tough day for them, and they consider that they did well with the bat.
Yeah.
To get to the total, driven again into the gap, over the top, mightn't get to the boundary, and it won't, because doing a good job there, trucking it down was Joel Williams, but they will take 2 comfortably.
But again, pitching up outside the off stop, and there's no deep cover fielder. You have no cover for that shot. So all he has to do is get it over that cover or extra cover fielder, and it's 4 runs or easy runs.
He's on 110, and the bat is as broad as a door right now. What a fantastic innings this has been from this young man. Quicker delivery, turned, and this time they decide against taking the single, and it probably was a single there because the fielder had to go, Hall had to go a little bit to his right, and couldn't, but for whatever reason, Atenes decided against going through for the single, and nevertheless, the over comes to an end. It's 174 for 2, and they're right within reach out on touch free distance right now.
Yeah, there's 23 or more runs required. It's really, really easy for them at the moment. And with the captain set on 110, and he's ably supported by Atenes on 16. It's going to be quite easy. They're going to get these runs quite easily in the end. It's not going to be any fuss. And the way the Jamaicans are on the field, in terms of their field and their catching, I think they're already given up. They already conceded this match, and they're just waiting for that final run to come.
Yeah, if they could give them all 23 runs in one ball, they may probably do that just so that they could get off the field and, rethink strategy and come again in 2 days' time. But right now, they're not happy at all. 7 overs remaining. So this is the last 7, 23 runs from 42 balls. So they almost have twice as many balls to get to runs needed. Silvera. And this one, he's trying to play it, and he's out. He's giving him out, trying to turn it on the onside, and Atenes goes for 16. LBW.
And finally, the fast bowler came back into the attack and immediately picked a wicket. So your spin bowlers wasn't working for you. And yeah, that one kept a bit.
Height might have been an issue there as well.
Yeah, probably. Kept a bit low than he expected. But again, the point is being made that he didn't bring his fast bowlers on. He kept with the spinners. The spinners weren't bringing you success. They were going for runs, not expensive. They weren't making lots of runs, but they were going for 6-7 runs and over, or even more. And you didn't bring back your fast bowlers. You allowed the game to just go on. Allow the batters to get themselves in to score runs. And now, when the game is over, you bring your fast bowlers back, and they immediately brought success. Should have done that a while ago. In terms of, yes, your spinners wasn't successful, okay, change up your bowlers. Try a fast bowler for an over to see what's happened. If he doesn't bring success, try another one, see what happened. And keep changing your bowlers, your bowling combinations until it brings you success.
Well, if you consider 2 of the 3 wickets apart from the run out, Lilliton got one, and now Silvera got the other one.
Yeah.
And, but that was a brilliant partnership between those two. They took it from 95 to 174. And as straight as a pin there is Erector Richards. So a 79-run third wicket partnership that made all the difference. And it was the ease with which they got those runs. And trying to score. That's not his rule right now, unless they just tell him go ahead and try and finish the game as quickly as possible.
And after that 76, Ateneo scored 16, but was 16 valuable runs in the context of the game.
Yep. And that's what we were saying earlier. You look at it, you'll figure, he only made 16, but that's like the Dan Raj 12 when Lara made 160 something. And Danny made 12.
Yeah.
He played his role. It was a big partnership. Trying to get it away there, but Richards will have to wait to get off the mark. But this is this game has turned out to be a very interesting one. When you consider there was a portion we weren't sure if we were going to get any play after the rain interruption. 2 hours they were off the field for. And now look at it today. The sun is still bathing down here at the National Cricket Centre. And still can't get the run. So he can't get off the mark. And 174 for 3. Do the Jamaicans have one little sting in the tail left? Can they pick up another wicket and keep taking wickets? Even if they come up short, it would probably give them a big lift if they can get another 3 or 4 wickets, just to cause a little panic. He's bowled him. Well. He just had an almighty swing at that one, and Richards goes without scoring. It's 174 now for 4.
There you go. Your pace bowler came back on for his second spell, picked up 2 wickets. 2 wickets in that over. And again, Richards, that's a poor shot from him. Looking to play across the line of delivery. You should realize that the ball is keeping a bit low. It's a similar shot that Atenes tried to play. And it brings his downfall, and he would be very disappointed. There was no need for that shot. Yes, bowled a very good over. It was the last delivery of the over, but give him credit. He bowled an excellent over. And now, with this couple of wickets, as you mentioned, would this put pressure on Francis now? Would he play a rash shot and make this 20 runs required a bit difficult?
Well, it could, because you just don't know how it's going to play on his mind. He may not want to get a single to expose a new batsman, so he may feel like he has to do the bulk of the scoring himself, which he has already been doing. But he had the confidence of Atenes at the other end, who was batting superbly. Can he trust the other middle and lower order batsmen to do a similar thing? We just saw Richards come and he swung at almost every ball. He never tried to play a defensive shot or leave the ball alone. He just went after everything. So I don't know if they sent him there with that specific rule, but you never know. This one is in the air and he's out. Well. Just like that, the game has been turned on its head. And that is the end. Littleton has been trying, and eventually he gets the prize wicket there of Francis. And he goes for 110, and all of a sudden the game is back on now. Can the lower order negotiate the rest of the way?
Yeah, and again, it's the fast bowler Littleton picking up that wicket. So had he made the change a lot earlier, how different could the game have been? They could have been in with an opportunity or a chance of pulling the game back and even winning the game. Now, it's still in the hands of the Leeward Islands to win this game or to give it away.
Yep.
But the Jamaicans now are making it difficult in terms of picking up wickets. That's the two set batters that they have picked up. So it's two new batters at the crease now. So it's going to be a bit difficult for them to look to really accelerate. So they're going to have to look to work the ball around, try to get singles, and probably inch their way over the line.
Well, which is probably what is required here. Like I said, unless you have somebody who is a really big hitter who you trust, who will just basically bludgeon the ball to all parts and end the agony for the Jamaicans. But Jamaica doing their part. They are just putting the ball there and letting the batsmen basically out themselves. As we've just seen there, we've what 174 for 3. It was 174 for 2. Then it was 174 for 3, 174 for 4, and 174 for 5. So 3 wickets without a run scored. And prior to that, that would have been a comfortable single. But the whole attitude of the game has changed now. The pressure is back on the batsmen now to not mess this up, if you know what I mean. Yeah, the rest of the way.
So that's nicely played by Burgan. He picks up 4 runs again, just short outside the stump and just making room for himself and just guiding that one past that short third man, and it goes into the boundary for 4. So that would ease some pressure on the Leeward Island batters. The dugout as well would feel a bit more comfortable. Just 19 more runs required from 33 deliveries. Remember, they have lost, as Ruskin said, they have lost 3 wickets for no runs in that little period of probably over and a half. And now, with that boundary, it's going to ease the pressure, makes things a bit difficult, easier, I should say. So just issue, probably couldn't find that ball, but it has been retrieved. And it's in the hands of Littleton. What can he do here? That's a slower delivery outside the off stump. He was looking to cut that one again, but he realized it was a bit slower, a bit wider. There was no need for him to go after that one. And just let it go, because you already picked up 4 runs in the over, which is good. The required run rate is 3.5. You're already ahead of the run rate, the required run rate. This one, he's on the back foot. That one kept a bit low, but he kept his eyes on it really well and just pushed it back to the bowler. So could the Jamaicans create a bit of anxiety in that Leeward Islands dressing room? Pick up a couple more wickets. This one down the leg side wide, and this is not good. You have put the pressure back on the Leeward Islands batters with a couple of good overs. You can't afford to be giving away these runs, these wides, these easy runs to the Leeward Islands. Score moves up by 1. It's 179 for 5. Looking to whip this one down the leg side. Well, no signal from the umpire, so maybe it brushed the pad as it passed through. So it's the end of a good over. Just 5 runs coming off it, but the important thing, the wicket of the captain, Francis, he went for 110, a well played 110. And 18 more runs required from 30 deliveries. Leeward Islands seem to be in control here. 179 for 5 of 30 overs. 5 more overs remaining. Just 19 runs required. It's going to be Severa to continue from the northern end. Picked up 2 wickets in his previous over. That really caused some panic in that batting lineup. This one is in the air. It's a chance and taken. That's another wicket to fall there. And Severa picks up another. He picks up his third wicket. And again, looking to turn this into the onside, the leading edge. And an excellent catch from the fielder there. And you can see the celebration, how much it meant to him. He diving forward, taking an excellent catch. And it's wicket number 6 to go down. Leeward Islands, are they going to really mess up this chase here? Get into a position of control and just letting it slide. That's 4 wickets now to fall. They are really making a meal out of this match here now, Leeward Islands. Just need a calm head to take them over the line. But which one of them is going to do that? Just have to wait and see. But at the moment, 6 wickets. Jaheim Clark did a good job with the ball, but he has to do a job with the bat now. And it's really up to the lower order to get them home. Severa. That's an appeal. And given. Well, that's 2 and 2 for Severa. He appealed. It didn't look. It looked to be a bit high and going down the leg side. Only the bowler really appealed. The keeper maybe. But the umpire agrees with him. Probably a bit high. Well, we're not in the best angle, but to me, looking to be high, probably going over. But the umpire agrees with him, with the bowler. Seem to be a bit high. Remember, we don't have the best angle. The umpire is in the best position. Did hit him on the back knee, but he has to go. And Clark, he goes for no score, first ball duck for Clark. It's 179 for 7 now. Edwards. Cheaton Edwards. He's the man. Silvera is on a hat trick. Could he get the hat trick? This one is down the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire. 1 more to the total. 17 more required. It's 180 for 7. It's really Leeward Islands are really giving this one away. The last few batters of all, besides the captain, Francis, they have all been out playing across the line to that short delivery. 2 LBWs and a bowled. This one is pitched up, looking to drive. It was Edward, not making any contact. Goes through to the keeper. Pressure here, an excellent over. 2 wickets and a wide. Severa looking for a 5-wicket haul here. 4 for 20. And all 4 wickets coming in his second spell. His previous over, he picked up 2 wickets. In this over, he picked up 2 as well. He's literally bringing his team back, bringing Jamaica back into this match. Could they pull off a victory here? This time he's well forward, getting the bat well in front of the pads. Dot delivery. Remember now, with every dot delivery, the pressure builds. It brings that required run rate up a bit. 18 runs required from 26 deliveries. It's easy. It's very gettable. Have enough deliveries in which to get those runs, but the wickets is an issue. This one is worked away into the onside, but straight to the fielder. So you can see the fielders now. They are in for the fight now. Prior to these wickets, or the wicket of Athenaeus, we saw that drop catch. We saw a couple misfields. But now, with that wicket of Athenaeus and 3 more wickets actually, we can see the fielders. They are clapping. They are supporting the bowlers. Could they pull this one off? Full delivery. It's a full toss, but played straight back to the fielder at extra cover. It's a dot delivery to end the over. An excellent over again from Silvera. Picking up 2 wickets and just too wide coming off the over. So the over ends. 31 overs bowled. 100. The Leeward Islands, they're 180 for 7. Silvera bringing his team back. Picking up 4 wickets in his 6 overs. Again, it brings a point. Could the captain, Scott, have brought his fast bowlers back on a bit earlier? Probably would have changed things, would have made it a bit difficult. At the moment, there's 17 runs required. And the required run rate jumps up to 4.2. So with every dot ball, it's going to jump up a bit. It's going to be Littleton to continue. This one is hammered straight down the ground, past the long off the middle fielder, and goes into the boundary for 4. This is excellent here from the batter. That's Burgan. So he scored a boundary previously. Now he has hit this one, a pitch stop delivery from Littleton. And he looked to go straight. And that was the key there, looking to hit straight down the ground. There was the mid-off and a long on. So all he had to do was beat the mid-off fielder. And it raced into the boundary for 4. 13 more runs required. That would ease a lot of pressure on the Leeward Islands batters. Rickleton needs to pull things back here. He needs to pick a wicket now. Could he get the wicket of Burgan? Whipped away. Quick single. Chance. Had he hit, I think he would have been gone. Edwards would have been running back to the dugout. But he missed it. That's all. And they get through for the single in the end. 12 more runs required. 185 for 7. It's getting very interesting here now. So Edwards just faced 4 delivery, yet to get off the mark. Maybe an opportunity to bring in the fielders, prevent him from getting a single. This one is in the air, just over the fielder at short cover, at short mid wicket. And the fielder at that mid-on position comes around, and it's just another single. 1 more to the total. It's 186 now for 7. 11 more runs required. Burgan on strike. Whipped away straight to the fielder at that short fine leg position. Misfield a bit, but importantly, they got through for the single. It's 10 more runs required now. Littleton, this one is just back of a length and looking to work it into the onside again was Edward. That one went straight to the fielder. So the mid-wicket is a bit close inside. So and we spoke about that earlier, where he wanted that, where he should have had that fielder inside the circle to prevent that single. And again, it's an opportunity, a chance for a run out. And I think is he? No. Not out, says the umpire. So that's Bergen survives. It's another single, takes them one step closer. It's 188 for 7 after 32. 9 more runs required from 18 deliveries. It's Rickleton was a bit expensive in that over. He needed to follow up that wonderful over that was bowled prior to this one. That's only that. Just was a wide. 2 wickets coming off that over and a wide. So it's going to be Severa to finish. He's going to bowl his 7th and final over. Picked up 4 wickets already. Looking for a 5 for here. Again, this one comes off the outside edge. It run close to the boundary. A bit of misfield, and that's 4. The fielder had it covered, and it just bubbled out of his hand and onto the rope, and that's 4 more. Let's have a look. Look at that. He had it covered, but in sliding through, it hit his body, and it just bubbled onto the rope. He had no chance. That's 4 more. So the edge is working here for Edward. He wouldn't mind that. It's 4 more to the total. Just 5 more runs required for victory here by the Leeward Islands. It would be a deserved victory, but you have to give credit to the Jamaican bowlers. Severa in particular. He didn't give up. He kept fighting and give his team a chance. Short, looking to pull. That one hit him on, well, I'm not sure if it's the shoulder or the chest. We can just have a look at that one, but immediately after being hit, he threw his bat down. So let's have a look. On the shoulder. Seems like it hit him on the shoulder. And just dropped in front of him. So he's not comfortable at the moment. The physio has been called out to have a look. It seemed to be the shoulder, the right shoulder. So we'll have a little break here, a little break in play as Edward receives some treatment. So it's just 5 more runs required. Just to give a quick recap, Leeward Islands, they won the toss and they put the Jamaicans into bat. The Jamaicans started really well. Didn't lose a wicket. We had a break in play because of rain for a couple of hours. Then when it started back, it became a 35 over affair. The Jamaicans batted really well. The captain, Scott, batted really well. And Binns to take them to a decent total of 186. But because of the Duckwood-Lewis Stern method, the total was shifted to 196. So it's 197 runs required. at the moment. Leeward Islands doing well. An excellent partnership between the captain Francis and Athanaze of 79. Took them close to that finish line. They had a bit of hiccup, losing a number of wickets. This time it's Severa. This one is wide outside the off stump, left alone by Edward. Severa looking for his 5th wicket here in his final over. Pulled things back nicely in his second spell. Picked up 2 wickets in his first over in the second spell. 2 wickets in the second over in his second spell. And gave the Jamaicans a chance. But it was well shot by Burgan, hitting 2 fours. This one again looking to play across the line. A chance. It's an opportunity for a run out. The keeper did well. Had he hit the stumps at the non-striker's end, I think Edward would have been out. In the end, it's another single. Just waiting confirmation. Yes, it came off the bat. Takes them. They are 1 shot away now. 4 runs required from 14 deliveries. Would Burgan look to get that off from 1 delivery or look to work it around? And the smart thing would be just to work it around. This is his last over. His last 2 deliveries remaining in his final over. Why risk anything? Why risk getting out? Why risk giving him another wicket? Just see him out. You have 14. You have 2 more overs remaining. And he goes for a big hit and he's bowled. Bowled him, the middle stump, knocked back. And Silvera has picked up his 5th wicket. Again, a nothing shot there from Burgan. I'm not sure. Look at that. What was he trying to do there? Trying to play across the line. A ball wasn't short enough. He should have been just playing it out. 2 more deliveries from Silvera, and you give him a 5-wicket haul. So Severa now picks up his 5th wicket. He has 5 for 25 with 1 delivery remaining. And now it's 8 wickets down. Still 4 runs required. I think the Jamaicans would feel that they have a shot of winning this game here, with 14 deliveries. Well, remember, it's 8 wickets down. And the top order have been removed. We are looking at the lower order here, the wickets. So do they have the capability to get those 4 runs? We saw in the game against Barbados where the lower order from the Leeward Islands really fall apart when against the Barbados team. And they were bowled out easily in the end. Severa, final delivery, down the leg side, wide signal. Well, he has another delivery to get another wicket, but it's 1 more run to the total. It's 194. 3 runs required. Severa. Oh, that's nicely played by the big fast bowler Challenger. He's a left-hand bowler, batting right hand. And he sees out Severa. That's the end of 33 overs. Leeward Islands 194 for 8. 3 runs required from 12 deliveries. And it's the bowlers. They are tasked with doing the job of getting that 3 runs. When Francis and Athanaze was at the crease in that wonderful partnership, we thought the game would have been over, done and dusted by the 30th over. But you have to give credit to the Jamaicans. They picked the wicket off Athanaze, then picked up 2 more quickly. At one point in time, they got 3 wickets without a run being scored. And that really caused the slide. And Leeward Islands need 3 runs to get over the line. Well, the captain, he has decided he's going to take it on upon himself. 4 was none for 32. Scott, DeMarco Scott, he's going to try to see if he can get those 2 wickets. All the spin bowlers have traveled. The best out of the lot. And he's going to try to see if he can get those 2 remaining wickets. So Lloyd at 6 overs, none for 30. And Joel Williams, he just bowled 2 overs. Ramnari Singh, he had 7 overs, none for 44. So very expensive, the spin bowlers. So it's a short, mid-on, mid-off, short cover, short backward point. This one is driven just to the left of the fielder at mid-off. And well, they didn't take the single. That should have been a single because we saw earlier on, or did they get the single? I think they got the single. Yes, they did. In the air, just short of the fielder at mid-off, and they go through for the single. Get it in the end. That's another single to the total. It's 197. Just 1 more run required. So the scores are level. 2 wickets here would be very interesting. Could the captain pick 2 wickets here? At least pick 1. Looking for a big heave. Misfield at short mid wicket. It should have been a single. There was a misfield at the short mid wicket position. That's Hall. And they didn't go for the single. Because it was way to the right, a few meters away from the fielder at mid-on. He goes for a big shot and they're going to go for the single, a chance, and a direct hit, and he's gone. Umpire raises his finger, and that's the 9th wicket to fall. They had the opportunity to get the single that they needed for victory. They didn't take it, and now in trying to scramble for a single, look at this, a direct hit, and the umpire had no hesitation in raising that finger. Look at the celebration from the keeper, and that's 9 wickets down with the scores leveled. 1 more run required, 1 wicket to get by the Jamaicans. It's very interesting here at the National Cricket Centre. And we have a lot of 360 men coming to look at this game. It's so interesting. They have left the game that they were doing to come and look at this game. That's how interesting this game is. Wow. So it's 1 wicket required by the Jamaican, 1 run required by Leeward Islands. And it's really interesting here. And we have a huge crowd. Look at people here to watch this game. It's so intense. It's Scott. This one is well paid. It's appeal for LBW. Well, Scott thought that it was a plumb LBW. He was celebrating the wicket, but the umpire was just looking on us like, what are you appealing for? And the batter was just rehearsing the shot. Look at it. Well, it came back in to the batter. He was on the crease. And we're not in the best position. The umpire is in the best position. Scott, again. Yorker length delivery. Appeal for LBW again. Not out. And there's Camper through for the single. Appeal for a run out. Not given. That's the end of the match. Umpire signals leg by. And the Leeward Islands, they edge through by 1 wicket. At the end of over number 34, the Leeward Islands 197 for 9. And they win this encounter by 1 wicket with 1 over to spare. So give credit to the Jamaicans. They made a match out of this. They brought it down to the very last over, requiring just 1 more wicket to tie the game, not for victory, to tie the game. And the Leeward Islands eventually got there in the end. The captain, Francis, he is adjudged man of the match for his wonderful 110 from 94 deliveries. So just to quickly run through the button card. So the captain, he opened the innings. He made a wonderful 110 from 94 deliveries. Jones, he went 83 from 4. Tilakani, he had a wonderful partnership with Francis. He scored 34 from 53 deliveries. Athenaeus, that wonderful partnership of 79 that really turned the match in their favor. He made 16 from 21. And then the slide came. Richards, no score. Light Brown, no score. Bergen went for 10, hit 2 fours, brought it close. Clark for no score. And Edwards in the end, 8 from 13. And Challenger, he was run out for 1. And the bowling, Severa, the star of the show, picking up 5 for 26 in his 7 overs. Littleton supported well, 2 for 44. Lloyd, he bowled well. He bowled 6 overs, none for 30. Williams, he just had 2 overs, none for 17. Ramnaresh Singh, he bowled 7 overs, none for 44. And Scott, in the end, he ended with 5 overs, none for So, in the end, remember the Leeward Islands, they won the toss. They elected to bowl first. We had a rain interruption that cut the match to 35 overs. In the Jamaican innings, they batted really well with 50 from the captain, Scott. They got to 186 for 8. With the Duckworth-Lewis turn method, the target was revised to 197. In the end, the Leeward Islands, they got home by winning by 1 wicket. 197 for 9 on the back of the captain's Francis, his 110 from 94 deliveries. So that's it from us here at the National Cricket Centre. A huge crowd was in. Everyone came to watch this wonderful match. We had teams coming from Gilbert Park, from Ancient Alley Park, just to watch this wonderful match in progress. And it turned out to be a thriller in the end. So from the team here at the National Cricket Centre, we say thank you very much for joining us. Do join us for the next game on Thursday. And we see you all. Have a good day.